Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 375. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris in his Halo 3 sweatshirt. Very appropriate for our PlayStation podcast. How are you today, my friend?
Doing okay. Not too bad. It's another day. This is a very you wake up and you're like, yeah, all right. I guess we're doing this again.
Jesus
I had one of those. It's like, I don't know. I don't have anything. You know what it is? I finished the main games that I was playing. So now I'm just kind of like, now I have to make a decision on what's next, and then we'll get into it. But
yeah, we will get into it. It's good to see you.
Yeah,
you look well. I just recorded with you last night, so it's not like it's a little quick. It feels a little redundant asking you how you're doing, but no one knows yet because that will go live later.
That's true.
So everyone's going to hear this first. Time paradox. Good to be with you, Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Hello, it's good to see you once again. As you were saying, it hasn't been that long. Maybe I'm already sick of you both before the episode starts.
That's
we'll
fine.
see what that turns into.
I don't care. That's fine.
So I was thinking, I put on this shirt today. This is my Constellation shirt.
Yeah,
is it a little bit cruel to wear the Constellation shirt on content?
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
You know, it's like I'm not doing it to rub it in. It's just a nice shirt. Like, what am I going to do? Throw it away? Burn it?
It is a great shirt. It's a great logo.
So,
sorry.
Other than that, though, I feel good. I was running almost late because I was looking around. I was trying to find out if Knight SIlksong has 120 hertz support on PlayStation 5. You would assume these are the types of things that I just sit around on my computer looking around for.
Got to play it at 120 hertz. That side scroller.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness, you're starting off this wrong on the show.
Essential. Got to play it that mega high frame rate.
Yeah, dude, the level of input latency is so low. It's important. You're going
to talk to me about the fidelity of 2D games. That's what you're going to do?
Yes, absolutely.
It's interesting.
120 hertz makes a huge difference.
Very interesting.
I don't even need to explain it. I'll let the comments tell you how wrong you are.
Yeah, that's very
ahead.
interesting.
Leave a comment down below. Patreon, YouTube.
What were we playing NES games at?
60.
Right. And they felt what? They felt what?
I'm just saying it's better.
What was that? Perfect?
Perfect?
Oh,
no.
yes. It's Super Mario Brothers 3 was what? Perfect?
Listen. You can ramble all you want here. I'm telling you, the comments are going to eat you alive, and I'm happy to let them do it.
Oh man!
Wait a minute. I heard something real quick. Oh, Mega Man 3 was perfect. Yeah.
Oh no, definitely not. Mega Man. Ugh.
DuckTales.
Okay, that was a little bit of bait there.
That's all right. I thought you were being serious actually, because Mega Man 3 actually is the Mega Man game on NES that has a lot of performance issues.
I was going to say that, but I wasn't confident about it, so I decided to.
Because they rushed it out.
Yeah, some of those games a little stuttery back then.
You know how to play into it though. You know when it's coming, and you actually can use it to your advantage. That's the beauty of it. That's why they give you the option in the new ones to turn it on or turn it off, because some people are so used to those mega difficult areas that it would otherwise be easier. Gemini
they
Man
let you
stage.
they let you turn on the performance issues. That's hysterical.
Yeah, like it could be like a straight emulation, or like they'll clean it up.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Is it Ghosts and Goblins? I don't remember which one's the Super Nintendo version.
Super Ghosts and Goblins.
Super Ghosts and Goblins. Man, that game fucking sucks on that system, dude. The way that it, like the frame rate just drops constantly. It's like you're in slow motion at certain points of the game.
Capcom?
On Capcom. The Sega Genesis version, though, I believe is better. But I'm not an expert.
We don't talk about the Sega Genesis.
Good.
Might as well not even existed at all, to be honest. Let's be real.
Wow, at all.
Phantasy Star was good.
Never played it.
Where is Phantasy Star 5? Like, what are we doing? Especially in this this revolution of, like, you know, indie RPGs and Falcom, when, you know, Nihon Falcom with all the Trails games and the East games and the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters and all the Square Enix remasters and all. It's like, yeah, we'll just Not only we will not make a mainline Phantasy Star game for 30 years, but we're also never going to re-release the other Phantasy Star games in any sort of playable way. They were on the Virtual Console. They might be on the Nintendo Online service, because I had Phantasy Star 2. I played Phantasy Star 2 for no reason whatsoever on Wii. And
what about on the mini console?
The Genesis mini console. Maybe one of them would be on there, like Phantasy Star 4, something like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
That would be awesome if the first one is a Master System game. The 2, 3, and 4 are Genesis games. Not that anyone cares, not that anyone had asked. And well, we're off to the races today already. It's good to be here with you. So we recorded late last night for us. We never record at night. I don't really like recording at night. I only do it if we have special guests and sometimes people are like, I can record at night. And I'm like, no, sorry. Can't do it. But you make exceptions for big guests, for great guests, for friends, for the Ken Levines, for the Neil Druckmans, for the Shuhei Yoshidas, and for the 2 gentlemen that are going to be on Sacred Symbols Plus for this Saturday. I won't say any more than that. But it was, I thought, a great episode. And we talk about a lot of things. One of the things we do talk about extensively on that mystery show is Helldivers 2, its performance on Xbox and all that. So you'll find that conspicuously missing from this episode. That's because we just talked about it so much on that show that it would be completely redundant to talk about it here. So I nixed that. And you'll just have to deal with it. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access to all of our shows, access to Sacred Symbols Plus each and every week, the supplement to this podcast. We did a nice review discussion and spoiler cast for Mafia: The Old Country, Mafia 4, so you can look forward to that. We're going to be doing Metal Gear Solid Delta next week, so that will be going live next week, and we'll talk about the game more extensively later in the show. Jaffe came on to talk to me recently. We did a crossover with Punching Up, which was fun, our Nintendo podcast. I had Moore's Law is Dead on to talk about PlayStation 6. Had our lawyer friend Rick Hogan to talk about legal happenings. Lots of things happening in the world of Sacred Symbols Plus. We very much appreciate your support, and we couldn't do without you over there. So please come and support us. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for any $1, $2, $5, $10, etc. You get all sorts of different perks. Bus83 wrote into us on Patreon. That's one of the perks you get each and every week. We'll put up threads for the various shows into the newsfeed on Patreon. You can submit your inquiries to them. I pour through them. You'll hear inquiries throughout the show. Bus83 says, fellas, in last week's sales numbers, you touched on the sales success of college football, EAFC, the show, etc. As you do every time the sales numbers are reported. I'm 42 years old with limited gaming time. I try to play most big first-party titles. Just finished God of War Ragnarok thanks to PS Plus. So when I get an hour or two to burn, I usually throw on a couple of games of FC or finish the weekly races in Gran Turismo. With the overwhelming sales of these genres, I find it hard to believe that there isn't a sizable audience within the LSM community that would listen to and support this content. Have you thought about adding this into the Sacred Plus rotation more frequently, or am I truly all alone on this one? You're not all alone, but you'd be surprised about how few people want to hear about sports games comparable to their sales numbers. I've always thought that this was, even Gran Turismo, which is not really a sports game, but when we did a dedicated episode of Gran Turismo, it didn't do well. I don't really give a shit if they do well or not, because it's like, I want to do a wide variety of things, but got to pay attention to that as well. This is the paradox of sports gaming, which I think is very similar to mobile gaming, actually. And I don't mean that as an insult necessarily. When I was at IGN, we hired someone to do mobile gaming coverage. No one gave a fuck, right? And it's the same thing with, we tried to do Minecraft coverage, World of Warcraft coverage, all this shit. No one cared. It doesn't matter how much, it didn't matter how much we did. Like, no one read it, no one watched it. And what we realized was, like, sales numbers are not comparable necessarily to what people are intrigued to hear about on an enthusiast podcast. These things go, when you're a casual gamer, you have to take the word casual and take it literally. And if you're casual enough to just play a few games or get Call of Duty and Madden every year or whatever, you're not going to listen to a podcast. And if you're deeply into like football or something, you're going to listen to a football podcast. There's not that much to say about Madden every year or whatever that has a 9-month incubation period, is basically identical to last year's edition and all of the rest. So while I am sensitive to this Bus 83 because I am a huge sports fan, we are recording this on NFL kickoff day, another year of absolute misery, but will be a lot of fun nonetheless. I wanted to touch on that because, yeah, I would think it would be fun to do more sports coverage, but you'd be surprised that those game sales numbers don't translate to anyone's interest in the actual subject matter. For instance, if we did a college football episode, that's the best-selling game in America, and I don't think anyone would care. So, sorry to say it, but it is what it is. Chris, it's another football season. Are you excited?
Oh, yeah, I'm pumped, man. I'm really excited. I just learned, I just recently on the Snark Tank, somebody mentioned Sammy Sosa, and I was like, "Who is that?"
Really? You don't know who Sammy Sosa is?
I do now, but like,
have you seen him recently? Have you seen him then, and have you seen him recently?
I have to be honest with you. There's not even an image that shows up in my mind when I hear the name.
Oh my!
And
God,
I already forgot what sport it's even related to. I knew in the moment when they were telling me, but I knew in my heart, this isn't going to ever come up again. So I immediately was like, this is going in the temporary bin. This is like a Snapchat thing that deletes after 24 hours. It's like, all right, I'll know for like a couple hours and then it's gone.
I'm putting up an important image here in the chat. That's what Sammy Sosa on the left looked like when he played for the Cubs.
Oh my God, he became white.
Yeah, and then
this is Michael Jackson, dude.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Is he? I don't know. Is he sick? What's happening?
He might be. It says Sammy Sosa is a victim of. Oh no, this is an article. So Sammy Sosa is a victim of colorism.
Oh,
I don't know if. Let's just assume that he. Let's assume he's fine.
That's crazy. What the hell?
Sammy Sosa was a prodigious. I think he was a left-handed home run hitter. Played for the Cubs for a really long time. Most famous for his 1998 home run race with Mark McGwire. Do you guys know who Mark McGwire is? Does that name sound familiar? It was famous because they were both clearly, and baseball fans will laugh about this because it's true. It's like people look back at that home run race. It's like you were both totally juicing. They were huge. They were destroying the ball. It's one of the things that led to them being so stringent about drug use and corking bats and shit like that. Because that's another thing. People used to accuse Barry Bonds of corking his bats. And I think he did cork his bats, or someone did, because a bat broke once and had cork in it.
Uh-oh.
I always, you guys wouldn't care about this, but you could, up until the MLB, so through college baseball, you can play with an aluminum bat, a metal bat. That's that famous, ding, when you're like at the Little League field or whatever. And I always dream about MLB players being able to use metal bats and how hard they'd be able to hit the ball. It'd be fucking hysterical. Sammy Sosa in 1998 playing with an aluminum bat would have been the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. He would have hit the ball 700 feet probably. Not you guys don't give a shit though.
I did see a sports clip recently though, Colin, on my Instagram.
Yeah.
It was do you know Bill Cowher?
Yeah, of course. The Steelers coach, the ex-Steelers coach.
The Cowher Power, as they say around here. It was him, and there was some kind of flag on the play about how many men were out on the field. And this dude sprints up to the referee and shoving a photo in his face. And the referees are like, he's shoving a photo in his face. It's he got that from the guys above. It's amazing what you can do with technology these days. And dude, this Bill Cowher's flipping the fuck out.
Yeah, Bill Cowher's legendary.
And he takes the photo and like shoves it in the pocket of the ref. And you can hear him screaming on the mics. Like you can't hear what he's saying. I was just like, I was like, man, I don't know. Maybe he lived up to the name, the Cowher.
Yeah, because they probably got called for 12 men on the field, and then they got an aerial photo of the actual line, and it was not. Yeah, that's
what it seemed like.
Yeah. Do you know? So first of all, the Jets open against the Steelers this year, which is interesting. And you know why that is interesting? Because you know who's playing quarterback for the Steelers?
Of course,
Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Is that actually happening? I heard about that at one point.
Yeah. So my whole theory, obviously Aaron Rodgers was on the Jets for 2 years and he was fine last year, but not great. It was like his worst year ever. And obviously he got hurt very early in that first year. But I was saying that he's going to win like 13 games and the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl, which is, the Jets were looking, the Jets have, one of the strengths of the Jets is their offensive line. And then today it was announced before the season even began that one of the guards is out for the year.
Well,
they're like, he needs like arm tendon surgery. He's out. It's like nothing even happened yet.
Wow.
So good times. Good times.
Should we bet on the game? Pittsburgh versus Jets?
It's in New York. Well, it's in New Jersey. I don't know what the line is on the game. Neither team's very good, to be honest. The Steelers aren't a good team either. There's a lot riding on this for us, though. We got to win this game. Got to do it. Now, by the time this goes to free feeds, the outcome will have been known. Okay. I'm not confident.
It's one of my favorite things ever when people say, we got to win. It's like,
like the we, like the use of the we?
Yeah, you're not out there, man.
No. But
I know. It's just a funny sentence. I like it.
You're totally right. Like you're totally right. And I was going to say, am I getting too old for this? And it's like, not really.
Nah.
My father used to not bring me to Islanders Ranger games because grown men would get into fistfights in the crowd. So
yeah.
I don't know that I'm the most embarrassing person.
No, yeah, not even close.
Not by a long shot, yeah.
I do remember reading a thing and taking it really sensitive when I was younger, though, where it's like, by the time you're 25, you can't wear jerseys anymore. You got to go to the games and wear like, I think the guy said like a polo with like a little logo on it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't own any current Jets jerseys. I guess you can't do it. I guess you got to grow up at some point.
Well, I don't know. Why is that a thing? I feel like Kevin Smith is to blame for this.
Oh, with his hockey jerseys.
Yeah, the jersey. And being like a comics guy, like everybody's like, oh, that's because the perception is like that guy wears jerseys and also hasn't grown up.
Right.
And so it's all his fault. I think we could blame everything on Kevin Smith, director of Tusk.
Yeah.
Yes. Most
sounds
well
foreign.
known for that. Yeah.
It sounds foreign to me. I don't know. Steeler fans, I don't know if they're a different breed.
They are.
But it's like, Colin, you strike me like let's say your level of fandom, it's like that's average Steeler fan around here.
Yeah.
Like everyone is like, it was like the thing that you wore the jersey to church on Sunday, the day of the game. I remember in Sunday school, the kids would like ask, like during prayer requests, be like, ask that the Steelers would win. Like, and this was, and dude, at school too, is like the obsession around here is unparalleled.
There's a great tradition. You have to understand there's something, the Steelers have, do you know the Steelers have only ever had 3 coaches? The Jets have had 5 coaches in the last 10 years. It's like really, Bill Cowher was only the second person, I believe, to ever coach the Steelers.
Wow.
Which is, that's a level of continuity and tradition. And now, now it's Mike Tomlin, and it's been Mike Tomlin for like 20 years.
Yeah. People don't like him anymore.
No, but I would die to have Mike Tomlin as the coach of the Jets. Are you fucking kidding me? Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season. Can you imagine? And that's what I was getting into. The Steelers tradition is great, but it's also a very good team. They don't win. They've won a lot of Super Bowls, but it's like they're not always winning, but they're competitive.
Right.
You have to understand that like Jets fandom has never had an opportunity to ever grow like that because the team is never good. And when they are, it's for like a minute and then it's over again. The Jets were really good in 2009 and 2010, like really good, like shockingly good. And then that's it. Like it's ever since then, it's just been over, like no chance. And so it's hard to get like passionate. Meanwhile, Mike Tomlin has been the coach of the Steelers that entire time.
Right.
And we've had, 5 coaches in that time. So,
ouch.
So I wish you guys cared more. I understand why you don't. It's not really a huge deal to me. I don't wish it for any other reason than I think you'd be able to relate to it more. But I think sports fandom is strange. I've reflected on that. I don't get it. And it's something that's like inborn in you. I've said before, my family's not a huge sports family. My family loves the Yankees. Like that's a big thing with my family. But football and hockey, I picked up from friends. And so it's obviously something in me, like no one cares about the Jets in my family but me. And there's like my dad likes the Islanders and stuff, but the Islanders were awesome in the 80s. It's actually a very similar thing to what you're saying about the Steelers, although not quite as crazy, where they were so fucking good that like you couldn't even help to ignore it. It was like a huge thing because they were just they won 4 times in a row. But that was in the early 80s. So anyway, sorry to all the Jets fans out there and preemptively. And let's hope that we have all I want is a competitive season. There are so few games that it's pretty much sealed what's going to happen. Not sealed, but it's like if you're 1-6 or something like that, it's kind of over. You technically have 10 more games, but you would have to like win them all to like make it into the playoffs. That's usually where the Jets find themselves in. And so like by October, you're like, the season's over. All I want is for them to go into December and it'd be like, depending on how this goes, maybe we sneak in there. That's all I want. If they get blown out in the first round or whatever, that's fine. It's been so long, I'm gonna be 41 in October. They made the playoffs last time when I was 25. Can you imagine? Like
the level of pain.
And again, there are 32 teams and 14 of them make the playoffs every year. 14. You would think you would just blindly stumble in there, right?
Right.
Once in a while, you're just like, oh, here we are. Yeah. But somehow it's just, I don't know. Who cares? Sammy Sosa's still on my screen. I got to shut that. That's Sammy Sosa. That ghastly Sammy Sosa.
Ghastly Sammy Sosa. He's like a black and white cookie, that guy.
Great home run hitter. Sacred streaming. Going well. We had office hours on Labor Day. Happy belated Labor Day to everyone here in the States. I think everyone has Labor Day, but I think it's on different dates. It's like Thanksgiving. It's like it's sometime in the spring or something, and the Canadians are like, Happy Thanksgiving. I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's Easter time.
Sacred Symbols is brought to you by Cash App. Scams are all over the internet, and even those with a keen eye for them can get tricked here and there. Sadly, I fell for one a few years back. Of course, I was trying to buy a copy of Super Smash Bros. Melee on Facebook Market. I sent the cash, and then they totally ghosted me. Thankfully, I now use Cash App, so I don't need to worry about something like this anymore. Your security deserves to be a priority, and Cash App treats it that way. With Security Lock, Cash App requires a successful Face ID or biometric authentication to access your account. It's like your money is protected by your own personal bodyguard, even if you accidentally leave your phone unlocked or someone gains access to it without your knowledge. Plus, if you're about to send money to someone and Cash App notices something looks a bit off, or that you might be falling for a scam, it will send you a warning before the money is sent to make you take a second and confirm that everything looks right. If you still feel like something is up or an account is trying to scam you, you can report it in the app and have access to Cash App's 24/7 chat support. With Cash App, you can spend, save, and live your life knowing your money is right where you left it, with advanced built-in security, protections you can count on, and help when you need it. Spend with peace of mind today and order a Cash App card in the app or at cash.app/card. For a limited time only, new Cash App customers can use our exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, just download Cash App, use our exclusive referral code SECURE10 in your profile, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money, that's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Instant discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Too Blurry, Too Bigfoot wrote in. A lot of people wrote in about this. I couldn't ignore it. Gentlemen, no preamble, straight to business on this one. I'm issuing a firm stand down to Colin, man of my word, Moriarty. On the most recent stream, you emphatically stated that you had not, nor did you intend to finish your mandatory 4 hours of Kingdom Hearts penance for losing the bet, despite in the betting episode stating, I'm a man of my word, I'll play for all 4 hours. Dustin completed all 4 hours of his community service on stream on his channel, so I ask, what's going on here? The abdication of one's responsibility to such a commitment is a failure of the highest order, as it delegitimizes the very foundation of the betting episodes themselves. If there are no stakes, what's the point? If there's no follow-through, why follow at all? I propose to the council, Brad, Dustin, and Chris, that Colin's punishment for such a transgression be completing Kingdom Hearts in its entirety. Otherwise, he shall be branded forevermore as a poopy pants sore loser, Welsher. Thank you for your time. I don't like the word Welsher. Like when someone, every once in a while, someone's like, you're Welshing. It's like, what is that? Come on, man. I'm jipping you. That's what we want to say.
No.
I mean, everyone has a point, right? Here. There's a point to be made. Now, did Dustin get away easily because he played a game that was in no way bad and that was fun and he had to have fun with his friends? Sure. Did I maybe not lose at all, depending on how things? Yeah, probably. But no, okay. So let's just get those things out of the way.
Should we check the super chat revenue on your Kingdom Hearts stream? See how much money came into the company? How easy you got it on that first stream?
Am I getting the money for your stream?
No. I'm just saying that it's equal there. And certainly that first stream on the Sacred channel made a lot more than mine.
Yeah, it did make a lot of money. So this has to be done, I guess. But then, see, I put myself in this position, but it's kind of a catch-22 in that I'm going to do it. People are still going to bring up forever that it happened. This isn't going to, in other words, erase it.
No.
I think I owe an hour and a half more of Kingdom Hearts. And what I really want to do to spite everyone is to just play the beginning again. And then because now I know what to do and I can do it quicker. And then in the hour and a half will be over before you know it, and then it'll be done.
You think that's going to clear?
Yeah, go ahead.
You were saying about people are going to continue to bring it up. That's going to make it even better by doing the absolute minimum and in the worst way possible. Okay. Interesting strategy there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this in general. I think we are right. We are a society of rules, are we not?
Right? We are. Laws and rules. Yep.
But also the punishment doesn't feel right. The punishment, having to complete Kingdom Hearts in its entirety doesn't feel right. I would actually say that the better punishment would be he has to finish it in its entirety, but he's not allowed to get the platinum.
I wouldn't get it because I think you have to play it multiple times. So I would definitely not even do it. Yeah. I was lucky enough to not earn any trophies. Is that a major reason why I don't want to go back and play it?
Now,
I'm not going to lie to you and say it isn't. I'm not going to lie to you and say that that's not part of the math equation. It's some exponents there somewhere, no doubt. It's probably a pretty big one. Doesn't.
So he says the council is Brad, Dustin, Chris. I would argue that Chris and I are not part of the council as competitors.
Right.
This is purely a Brad decision. I think that Chris and I could advocate for different things, but this decision is ultimately on Brad.
Right. So we have to deal with Brad and his fucking kangaroo court.
Oh, wow. Sounds like someone wants an even worse punishment, with these kind of fighting words. Now, I think it might have been we were discussing the possibility of you not finishing it when I was streaming Overwatch. Somebody proposed the idea that the worst punishment for Colin would be he has to start 3 games that he never has intention to play and get 1 trophy on each of them.
No, I'm not doing that. There's no way I'm doing that. Sorry.
So I proposed that to Brad. I like the idea of completing Kingdom
brutal.
Hearts.
I mean, that's brutal, dude. That would drive me nuts forever.
I think that maybe for the 3 of us before next bets. I mean, we're getting into all kinds of rules here, but it sounds like we need it. That there is a punishment penalty. Mm-hmm. So like the next time this happens, and if you were to lose, that if you do not do your punishment, then then that is the ultimate punishment.
Oh, that would fucking drive me. That would drive me crazy. Like I would rather pay. I'd rather give $5,000 to a fucking charity than do that.
No, it can't be a charity. You mentioned money earlier.
Yeah.
Because if this was to be a charity thing, and I know charity's great, I think you should give money to charity.
We're going to stream for charity later this year. I already don't want to do it. So yeah.
I would believe that for this, that if you donate to charity, then you can kind of feel in the end like, oh, well, at least I did something good. I think you'd have to donate. Well, any of us, if there was money involved, we would need to give money to each other. You know what I mean? So there's no satisfaction of, oh, I helped a kid in Africa. It's like, no, I put money in Colin Chris's pocket. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
Interesting. All right.
That's so fucking crazy.
The bets are getting ratcheted up here. All right.
I think money shouldn't be involved though.
So maybe should we just do Kingdom Hearts on Monday then? Because I have no plan for the Monday stream. Maybe it's time to just knock it out. If that's what everyone wants, then that's what we'll do. Okay?
I would consult with Brad. Brad's the decision maker here.
No. I think people are right. Like I didn't follow all the way through. I guess I thought people would be less upset because I dedicated an entire. We streamed for like hours. We didn't play the 4-hour game, but we streamed for longer than 4 hours. So honestly, my feeling was that's the fulfillment. Like I really have to sit here and have the game clock read 4 hours. We played it. We dicked around. We had fun. We made fun of it. That was so. It wasn't that I was like necessarily trying to get away with it. It was that I was like, I guess this is it, But that's never good. It's never good enough for these fucking people.
There it is again. There it is. You're just begging for the 1 trophy punishment with this kind of talk.
I love that that's so brutal. Like I probably have so many. I have so many of that exact thing. Where it's like I play a game for like 10 minutes and I get 1 trophy and I'm like, I'm not feeling this.
It's funny if you go look at my trophies and you look at the transition from 2019 to 2020. I think so. Right before COVID, when I first moved to my mom's house, when I was waiting to move here into this house, I lived with my mom, as people will remember, back then for 5 months, and my nephew's PS3 was there, and I was logged in at some point into it for whatever reason, playing with them, And I didn't want to take mine out of like storage because I just didn't want to unpack shit. So I used their PS3 to play Dead Space at that time, which we did for Knockback. And Dignan never played it. So I went back and I was like, all right, I'll clean up some trophies. And I synced my trophies, and there were 3 games on there that they had logged in as me and played where I was like, what the fuck? It was like Little Big Planet 2, some Lego game, and each of them has 1%. So you see these like 3 trophy lists on my, and that's exactly what came to mind when you said that. I was like, I already have that. That does drive me crazy. I had to contain myself to be like, at the time they were probably in middle school. I'd be like, why the fuck did you log in as me? You know, when you were playing these games.
Just losing your shit at a kid for that.
Yeah, I had to contain myself. I'm like, what? I'm like, damn. I'm like, that would be so psychotic. You know?
It's like that scene in Seinfeld where the kid like rips the tape recorder up and he curses at him.
It's yes, exactly. And it's funny because on Vita, do you guys remember there was a game called Kick and Fennec? Does that sound familiar to you? It was like a platformer. It was a cute platformer about a kid named Kick and like some alien animal named Fennec. And I had it on my Vita, and I went home to Long Island to like visit my family, and my nephews were there. And one of them wanted to play like Minecraft or something. So I was like, okay, cool. Here, I have it. You can just play it. But then he started playing other games, and he earned like a trophy in Kick and Fennec. And I'm like, why did you do that? Like I was never going to play this game. And now I have to play it, and it's still sitting there to this day. It's got to be.
Wait, was this on Vita, you said?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Did you have it installed, or was it?
Yeah, I had it installed, and I had the other game up for him to play. Like, this is the game he wanted to play. I'm like, all right, yeah, here, go play Minecraft or whatever you wanted to play. But then he closed it and opened these other games, and I'm like, why did you do that?
Why'd you have that game installed if you were going to play it?
I once played through all of God of War up to a certain point, like the original God of War on Vita, because they ported it almost to the end, and then decided I didn't want the trophies because I didn't want to platinum it, and formatted the Vita so that they wouldn't sync.
Oh my god. So fucking fascinating, man. It's just fascinating. I don't know.
That's a good story. These are things I've never admitted before. Not that they're that bad. They never came up.
It's a good game too. It's God of War. Like, why? Why not? Was the platinum like crazy, like difficult?
No, it's not crazy at all. I think I already have it. I think on the PS3 edition, but I just didn't want to have 30% of the trophies, and I didn't want to play it again. It's a pretty rough port. It's fine. It's functional.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I was playing it again for Knockback. Yeah. So. All right. Merch, laststaymedia.store. Micah, me, and Dustin are going to meet tomorrow to talk about merch plans. One thing I had forgotten that I wanted to do, Dustin, and I wonder if it's too late. I don't think it is a calendar. I think that would just be...
That's definitely possible.
I think it's just funny. Like, it could be whatever. I think it would be funny for it to be like sexy pictures, but it doesn't have to be that. We don't have to start with that. Like goofy, sexy pictures.
Right.
But yeah, maybe just each of us like takes a picture in their home or whatever, and then of like whatever, and then we just make a calendar, and we can just make a limited run of them. That's
going to be the biggest barrier, is we got to get everybody to take this picture.
Well, Cog and Maddie are really good about picture taking. They take new pictures for every thumbnail, which I don't know if people realize or know, as opposed to like the same 3 pictures that will always be used of me in our
I'm waiting for a new one like any day.
Yeah, I don't know if there's no new pictures of me. I don't think.
Nope.
I don't like when people take pictures of me. I don't like being in pictures, which is weird because I'm on video right now and it's on the internet. So it doesn't really actually make any sense.
This is actually like hundreds of thousands of pictures, technically.
Yeah, right. 24 frames a second for 5 hours. Very good. Very well. All right. So yeah, lastdaymedia.store for merch. We're going to have new merch for the fall, and we have to just figure out what we want to do. We've done things like limited runs. We've done pre-orders. I don't know what direction we go in, but people like the merch. They really do. Thank you for your support. All right, let's get into topics of discussion, and we can move through these somewhat quickly, and then we'll get into games discussion as we always do. Lots of news this week. We'll get into what we're playing after that, and then we'll wrap things up with 6 games-related questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. We begin with Brando Kazooie. Lots of depressing things this week. I ignored all of them. I'm sorry. Instead, we go in this direction of a more positive thing. Hey, Fats, just wanted to get an on-air shout out to my little brother Preston for starting med school a couple of weeks back. He's got that dog in him, and I'm glad he finally was able to get off RuneScape and do something with his life. Good work, little bro, and have fun listening to Sacred while you dig through cadavers, you sick bastard. Thanks. And SS crew, keep letting those hogs oink. We will. People were loving that, Dustin. We'll get to that. But people were really, really enjoying what you added to the lore. And you added it. You did it.
Wow.
You're responsible for some of the substantial lore of the show, actually. The stand down is also you. That's the biggest one.
Yeah, you can't plan these things.
No.
You know, gotta let them oink. I did have that quip. I was thinking, I saw a lot of people commenting when you're like, you know who's going to love this game? And I said, pedophiles. Yeah, that was.
Yes.
Now, he's mentioning his brother going to medical school, listening to Sacred while you dig through cadavers. I wonder if there is anybody out there that has listened to Sacred while having their arm like fully inside of somebody.
I hope that they're not listening to any podcast while they're training on a dead body. That's my hope, right? You got to be engaged. Like, people used to rob tombs to get bodies to be able to practice, right? You're kind of lucky to have this body to fuck around with if you're a doctor and you just get to, well, not fuck it. I'm not saying
I know, it just felt the word to combination was,
you know, like Leonardo da Vinci used to like pay like priests to like empty caskets and like give them the bodies to study. You're kind of lucky to be able to do that in a medical school or whatever. Don't be listening to us. Put your finger in the butt, learn how to do that. Maybe think chiropractors practice on cadavers. That would be funny. Just like fucking breaking the neck of the cadaver and all that kind of stuff.
That is an interesting question with a chiropractor. Like, what do you practice on? It just at one point you got to give it a go. You're like, okay, there's a 50% chance I'm going to break this guy's neck. Right. But let's go for it.
Chiropractors are so funny because half of people swear by them, right? Mm-hmm. And are like, they changed my life. And half of people are like, these dudes will literally kill you. And there seems to be no in between. Have you noticed that?
I think it has to do with the quality of chiropractors. Because I've been to one when I was a kid that I'm like, yeah, this guy, my family figured out like he was going to kill us at some point. But the current chiropractor, I don't see him all the time. And you can tell too, because some of them are like, you come in and they're like, I need to see you twice next week. And maybe after that, they try to like really ring up the bill. Mine is just like, if I have a problem, I go in, he adjusts me, and then I feel good, 24 hours later. And I don't go back until I feel bad again. He's not trying to wring me dry.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that it's even real, to be honest with you.
A lot of people feel that way, that it's not like I don't know. My mom really swears by it. She always has since the 80s. And I went to a chiropractor in the early 90s when I was a kid, just because I would go with my mom and they were friends with the people in the office. And so they would like do work on me. And I would just ask them not to do the neck thing. Because I used to watch them do it to my mom. And I'm like, this is indistinguishable from like what happens in like an action movie that I watch. Like, I don't understand. I would just be there sitting and I'd be in the cuck chair. Yeah. And I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it looks like
a crime. Like a little 7-year-old or whatever. Like, what the fuck?
Looks like a crime is happening with that stuff. And I remember, I'll never forget it. The only chiropractor I ever went to was I must have been like, I know I was in high school. I can't remember if it was 10th or 11th grade, but it was like something like that. And my mom was like, no, you got to go to the chiropractor. I swear by it. I'm like, okay, I guess my guardian, if you swear by it, and I have no real choice, I guess I'll go. And I got my back adjusted. I felt fine, by the way, before this. And I got my back adjusted, and then I felt nothing. I was like, okay, I guess, maybe I feel better, kind of. I don't know. And then the next day, I couldn't move my neck at all. Like, for the first time ever until that point, and since. Never have I felt that ever. And I couldn't move my neck. And that day I had an eye appointment too. So like I had to get my like prescription done. So like I had to sit in that chair where they like lower that crazy thing. And I couldn't move my neck right. So I was like all arched and all fucked up. I'm pretty sure I got the wrong prescription for like a year because I just in serious
And now you're showering
pain.
with your glasses on.
And now I'm showering
with
the
butterfly. Dude, that was the moment that.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's the butterfly effect.
The thing you're talking about that they bring down the lenses, that steampunk looking machine. I always think about that and I'm like, you don't know how to use this. It's like all sorts of dials and like different things in there. Like, and I'm like, let's just get this on. Let's just get this over with. Come on.
They know how to use it.
No,
This like insurmountably complex machine. It's just a bunch of lenses.
They'll be like A or B. And I'm like, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, at a certain point, I am kind of. At a certain point, I feel like I'm just kind of guessing how well I can see.
Right. And that's what I feel like too. And I'm like, I got to give him an answer. I'm annoying him.
Right.
Like, give him an answer.
There's always this social pressure to like appease the doctor's time at your own expense.
Right.
Like you're paying for this.
Like I'll ask him to go back and forth maybe once, but after that, I'm like, I got to make a choice. This guy's thinking he's writing in my file right now that I'm a dickhead.
Yeah, this blind idiot can't tell if it's an E or a fucking Q.
But I love that thing. That thing is so crazy that they bring up. It's still so analog. There's probably digital versions of them, but the one, you know what I'm talking about? Like, it seems like it's the same. It's been the same for 150 years. Yeah,
it looks like something it looks like Jack the Ripper probably used it. You know what I mean? Or like,
right.
Something like that. Like Ichabod Crane got his prescription that way.
That's yes. Ichabod Crane's a great, with his very timely.
Right.
Washington Irving. Oh my God. Brando Kazooie, congratulations to your brother. Be well. Be good to the body.
Yeah. Great name.
I love that story of the guy dedicating his body to science, and then his wife found out that they just blew him up in like some sort of like bomb experiment.
Yeah,
that fucking rules.
They strapped him to like Minecraft TNT and blew him up.
You're not getting my body. You're not getting my organs. I'm getting incinerated, and I'm going bye-bye. You're not fucking with me. No, we're not having any of that. You know.
Yeah, I don't want to have any
into space.
I don't want to have any corporeal evidence that I was ever here. Really.
Right.
After I'm gone.
Right.
You know,
the memory of me will die. Yeah. Right. Some carbon, phosphorus.
The memory of me will die. So much more intense than what I was saying.
I always think about that at some point, unless you're like a famous person, like a really famous person that, like Elvis or something, there will be a point where the last person ever thinks about you.
Yeah.
And then it's as if you never existed.
That's what Pixar's Coco is about, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it really?
I think so.
That's pretty deep for a kid's movie, but that's not surprising. It's good.
It's a good movie, actually. It's like one of the better ones. But
I haven't seen a Pixar movie in years, many years, decades. All right. Chad D. Violins wrote in. This is a bit of a point of contention. When it comes up, it becomes a point of contention. Hey, Colin, I enjoyed your discussion with Micah on Summon Sign about people who let their dogs pee on other people's yard. I am a general contractor, and sometimes I have to put out please clean up after your dog signs to protect my freshly laid sod when I build in an already established neighborhood. Recently, I have found that my signs have just become a target for more dog owners to encourage their dogs to aim at when relieving themselves. What should I do? Remove the sign, double down, and get even bigger and more aggressive signs? I would appreciate any input you, Dustin, or Chris might have. Thanks. Love the show. People get really annoyed when this topic comes up for some reason. I don't know if you guys have read the comments about this or like have noticed this when it has come up. People think it's a free-for-all out there with a dog pee. They think it's a free-for-all.
Like you just let him pee wherever?
Yeah. And Micah kind of brought this up, and I actually agree with her, which is if people around you don't care about this, or you're just willy-nilly doing it, like what condition is your neighborhood in? You guys just don't care about each other's properties. You don't care about like fucking people's shit up and all that. I just can't relate. Just can't relate to it. So the thing with me is that if it continues, and it hasn't since I put my little signs up, then I have HD cameras like on my property, right? Like I'll make a sign of you letting your dog pee on my property, and then I'll put you on the sign and say like, please stop doing this. I'll escalate this like you wouldn't even believe. So it's got to stop. It's got to stop. You can't be letting dogs pee on random people's lawns. You go to like common areas, you curb your dog, you let them pee on a tree, shit like that. No, I don't care about that at all. You can't let them pee on plants and grass though. Like people's grass, people's plants. Let them pee on a fucking random blade of grass on a random field somewhere. I don't care about that. But you got to stop. Stop justifying it. Stop justifying it. I don't like it. And by the way, it's not a huge deal if a dog like just does a little squirt. You know, Rush, especially with Rush, like he does his first pee on our property. That's probably 90% of his pee. And then after that, he's just like doing a little squirt here and there. It's like, I don't give a shit about that. That doesn't bother me. But you can't let them do like the squatting pee or whatever, like where it builds and then it kills the grass. It's in a circle. And it bothers the shit out of me. I wouldn't do that to someone. So that's it. So what is the answer? Escalate. Unimaginably.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a sign that says your dog will be shot.
Right.
If I see it, you can have like a little you can hire somebody to hold like to sit in like maybe in like the top window of your house facing the front with a little laser pointer. In addition to that sign, so whenever the dog comes by, you laser point it. It's like, oh, it's in the sights. The dog's not getting away.
Right.
That alone, I think, will freak people out enough to avoid your house entirely. That guy's the guy that shoots
for
dogs.
other reasons as well. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's the guy that assassinates dogs from a grassy knoll.
I personally do not care if anyone's dog pees in my yard at all. I don't have spots in my yard from when dogs pee in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've ever noticed.
I don't know.
Now, taking a dump, different story.
You got to pick that up, obviously. I'm way less offended by the dump because it's just goes away. People pick it up. You know, that I could give a shit less about. Pardon the pun.
Yeah, I've never noticed.
This is a point of major contention with people. I think it's rude. That's my opinion. Yeah, I don't do it to other people. I don't let them pee on the mailbox. I walk 2 dogs at a time. I don't let them pee on people's mailboxes, on their lawns, because it attracts other dogs as well. And I don't want to be the one starting that. But I guess I just care about my neighbors. Fuck me, right?
This is a little lame.
Fuck me.
Care about your neighbors. Yeah.
Fuck me and fuck them. Right?
Yeah. Fuck
piss and shit wherever you want. No, you know what? You guys are right. Just your dog should just pee wherever it wants. Come pee on my front door.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
That's a bit different. Someone's grass, though? It's just come pee. It's grass. It's grass.
Right.
You gotta let dogs piss, shit, vomit, and cum all over the place if you're gonna be like a member of this society, I think.
Yeah.
You just have to accept it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's dog semen all over my mail. Oh no. Big deal.
Right.
Get over it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the price of society.
You're right. Dustin's right. Just let them do whatever. People should just do whatever they want.
Right.
We don't live in a society. It's fine.
That's not what I said. That's fine.
Yeah, just do whatever.
I said, pooping, because there was a serial pooper in my one yard, and that did piss me off.
What'd you do about it?
I put up a little sign, and it did exactly what was it? Was it Rocket Man?
No,
here, or is that
it's Chad D. Violins.
Chad. Yeah, exactly what happened to Chad. That then they started doing it more.
Well, that's like so degenerate.
Yeah.
Like people are like,
this was like
just encourage you to do it
too.
It's like, dog. Dude, you have to understand something. If you're doing something wrong and then someone is basically tacitly and trying to politely ask you not to do it and you do it more, you're a fucking dickhead.
Yeah.
Right? Like totally a dickhead. It's okay to say like, oh, maybe I didn't know or I wasn't paying attention or I was be flipping. But when you know when you actually know and they're not confronting you, they're not like doing, and even if they were confronting you, you deserve to be confronted, but they're just trying to passively say like, please stop doing this to my yard. And then they're like, no, I'm going to do it more now. It's like you should get beat in the fucking head is actually what should happen. Like you are literally the problem with society. I mean that 100% not being sarcastic at all. Like,
yeah,
that's the kind of shit, like that is fucking degenerate, deranged, sociopathic.
How important is the size of the dog in this equation? Because I actually feel like for some reason, I feel like it's a really key part of this.
Bigger dogs. It's going to be bigger dogs are going to be a bigger problem.
Well, clearly, but like I think the way that I feel about some dogs, especially, like there's some dogs that are so small that I'm like, well, that's like trying to police a squirrel, really. You know what I mean? Like I can't really do anything about size. Yeah, like it's probably not that big of a deal if they pee. So like it's, but if you got like a Doberman or something,
Right.
or like a husky.
Right. And that's what I was saying. Like Rush really wouldn't be able to do much. He damages the lawn, and I know like my own dogs do it to my back lawn, so I know what it can do, and I know exactly what it is when I see it up front. It's like, well,
right,
it is what it is, But yeah, like dogs pee constantly when they're walking, but they really aren't peeing very much. So it's that one initial pee. You got to get it out of them, and then you really have nothing to worry about. But yeah, it bothers me like to hear something like that, Dustin, just because it's like that's so degenerate,
dude.
That's fucking crazy degenerate.
I had an adult human male piss in my yard. Did I tell you about that?
No. I don't know.
This was a few years ago. It was like around midnight, and my camera went off, and so I open it up, and there is a guy standing in my yard, and I didn't know what he was doing initially. So immediately I go and I get up from I don't know if I was up here or in my living room, and I go and I look out, and he's gone at that point. Because I was like freaked out. Like, am I going to need to get the piece?
Right. You have to strap up.
Dude, it freaked me the fuck out. And then I watched the footage back, and the dude opened my gate because he didn't want to piss in the street. He needed a little privacy.
Right.
Opened my gate, pissed in my yard, and then walked out. So I put a lock on that gate, which is really fucking annoying when I want to go in and out of the gate regularly. But it's like, dude. So there is a bar near-ish to my house. So this guy was coming out of the bar, needed to take a leak.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I've peed outside of a bar before too. I don't know that I've ever gone to someone's gate and done that. I pee in alleys, or I've never really been in suburban areas drinking, I guess. So that would be
because there's bushes on each side of the gate. If he just went in between the bushes, peed in my bushes, I wouldn't like it. But fine. But going in my yard, opening my gate.
Right.
That's a crazy thing to do, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Not cool.
Yeah, go pee on, that's what I'm saying. Pee in a public place. It's the same exact, it's the same exact with the dog. It's like, I don't care. Pee in the alley. Pee on the fucking mailbox or whatever. Like the blue mailbox. I don't give a shit. Just don't do it on my property. Like we live in we can remove a few % of people from society and live in the future. Do you know that? just the most sociopathic elements. And we could live in a society like no locks on doors, straight up. Yeah. Like no, like just if you it's just a few % of people. It's wild, and they're the dog peers. We could remove all the dog peers from society. We'd be in a golden age, be like Civilization 6.
Wow.
And a little me, I'll be roaming around the map, evangelizing.
I'd like to imagine that, like, the column, when your character is stationary, you're doing that same stance from, like, the footage of you looking at the fern.
Yeah. That tree,
just like you on a tiny.
That tree is doing pretty well.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's coming back.
That picture is like a cryptid photo.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome, especially because like it's so blurry. I had aphids on that tree, I realized, and they leave a sooty mold or something on it. And it's like this ashy shit, and it doesn't actually hurt the tree. It just suffocates the tree's ability to photosynthesize. And it's crazy how it's spread. And you have to spray. It's like these little fucking. And then I got the Japanese beetles and. Do
you guys have lanternflies down there?
Lanternflies? I don't know.
It's a big problem up here, dude.
Let me look.
To the point where I think the government, some agency was like, if you see one of these, kill it. Like, please kill it. And if you see a bunch familiar on a tree, let us know so we can come kill it.
It was introduced in 2014 in the US.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't have them too bad in Butler, but certain areas of Pittsburgh, you'll see them everywhere. Like, they'll be all over cars in a parking lot, and they're disgusting.
That's heinous, man.
Gross.
Jesus Christ.
Fascinate wrote in and said, "Sup all, I was listening to the infamous Allegheny Hogs episode a few weeks ago with my headphones in because I'm a smart husband. I burst out laughing when Colin brought it up and my wife asked what was funny. I told her and she replied, if you ever want to see these Allegheny Hogs again, you will never refer to them as that. We do, however, refer to breasts now as Allegheny Hogs when we see them out in the wild. Let them oink." And then Weston J wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, I just wanted to write in a response to using last stand lingo on the right in last week of regret in using the Allegheny Hog term in response to his wife's breasts. While I admire the man's boldness and courage, I would say not to fret in using last stand lingo around your loved ones. Over the last few months, my wife and I have been saying RIP and peace to our teenagers whenever they are upset about doing chores or are in any kind of trouble. It may not be talking about a death, but as a way to tease them a bit. Instead of saying too bad or get over it, my wife and I just hit them with an RIP and peace. So with that, I say use last stand lingo around your loved ones. You just got to find that one that works for you. Thanks, and keep gooning that chicken. I was thinking about us in a Shakespearean sort of way with these things, where it's like, Shakespeare introduced a series of idioms into society that,
right.
And we're doing the same thing on this show. And I'm really proud of that. We're changing the way the lingua franca of the world is being spoken, one person at a time. I will say, Allegheny Hogs is taken off a little bit too. I'm surprised by that because that's such a flippant thing that we came up with randomly that we literally, it's one of those things. Most of the things that I find funny, only I find funny. It's very unusual that that people would find everything that I find funny, but we're, in other words, what I'm saying is we're going on all cylinders right now. The oinking, the Allegheny Hogs, RIP and Peace being distributed around. I didn't make RIP and Peace up.
Yeah,
we're popularizing it again.
RIP and Peace is technically pretty. I feel like I remember that from a long.
It's from NeoGAF.
That's an old. Yeah, that's probably
as far as I understand. So keep up the great work out there. Keep proliferating. Bobby T wrote in and said, "Hey Fats, I noticed that the front of the helmet worn in Chronos looks like the hole at the tip of a penis. You can't unsee it. Anyone else? Stay beautiful." It's true. I noticed that as well. Looking forward to getting into Chronos in the coming days.
Does it?
Yeah, it's got a penile. Like it's on. I was looking at the design. Like, why is that even open at all? Is it for it to breathe? I guess we'll find out. Chronos is out right now. I bought it already. It's preloaded. I actually think it was available as of 10 a.m. And you know what I was annoyed about, by the way, was, I guess I could talk about this later, but since this game came up now, is there was a 48-hour early access period for $10 that I would have done for the game because I actually had an opportunity to spend that time. I ended up buying RoboCop DLC instead, which is fine. And it just wasn't, I was showing Micah, I'm like, it doesn't tell you this like in any way. When when you go to buy a game on PSN and it shows you like the regular edition and then the special editions, and then it shows the drop down of all of the things that the special edition comes in, it didn't say early access in there. You had to like click in and then read all the things, and it's like, oh, and I'm like, why wouldn't you say that more? Anyway,
that is
Chronos P-hole man. Looking forward to learning more about you. Finally, a correction, and then we'll get into the news. A level 1 cleric wrote in and said, "Howdy heathens, minor correction from last week. You said Eva from Metal Gear Solid 3 had them St. Petersburg hogs, but as the game takes place in 1964, they actually would have been them Leningrad hogs. St. Petersburg, founded in 1703 by Peter the Great, had its name changed to Petrograd to sound less German during World War I, then to Leningrad to honor Vladimir Lenin's death in 1924, and then back to St. Petersburg after the fall of the USSR. As I know you are more of an American history enthusiast than a Russian one, I'm sure we can let this minor oversight slide. Thanks, and keep them hogs squealing." I'm actually a huge fan of reading about Peter the Great, and so I know a great deal about St. Petersburg, and so I actually did know this fact, but it just came out. You're right. You're absolutely right. It was an historical inaccuracy, and I was foolish to make it. Eva had those Leningrad hogs. It's so funny because she just unzips it at some point, and it's like, why?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Why not? All right, a level 1 cleric, thank you for the correction. Let's get into the news. This happened right after we recorded last week, so this is old news, but it's definitely worth noting is that Ghost of Yotei is gold. Of course, going gold in the games industry for the uninitiated means that the game is ready to be printed and published in its 1.0 final format, and then it will be patched from there. So this is a pretty big deal. They tweeted out and put on other social media posts as well over at Sucker Punch, the developer. Ghost of Yotei has officially gone gold. We're so excited to finally have reached this milestone and can't wait for everyone to experience the beauty of Etzo on October 2nd. You can still pre-order now. I saw that I don't know if the console itself, but the special edition plates are out of stock. So, and that controller I think is also out of stock. I went and looked at a DualSense, like to buy a DualSense. I'm like, what options are there? There are not very many options.
No,
it actually put me off. I'm like, I have a white controller I haven't used. I'll just use that, I guess. Because and at this point in the PS4's life cycle, I had a lot of awesome controllers. Just feel like they need to kind of get it together a little bit with that. Just colors, not based on games or anything, but just lots of fun colors. Be nice to have those. But Ghost of Yotei obviously is going to make its October 2nd release date. I don't think we had any thought that it wasn't. What are our final thoughts as we await? I'm going to get into Ghost of Tsushima in the next 2 weeks probably and play it again just to prepare. Dustin, where are you on Ghost of Yotei?
Every time I see it, it looks awesome. But at the same time, I'm not like super amped about it. There's a bunch of other games I can think of right now that I'm more excited for. So I think this is in a good spot where when it comes out, I can play it. I don't really have high or low expectations. I'm sure it's going to be great. I'm sure it's going to be probably fantastic. So it's nice to know I got that in coming up in October. Like October is Battlefield, and I'll be coming off of Silent Hill F. So it's just a nice, good stream of games. Right now, it's a little crazy with games. So hopefully by then we'll be at a nicer clip as far as when they release. And despite me not being like hyped or anything, I am looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm not. I've said it before. I feel like people think I'm being mean to the game or whatever. I think the game's awesome. I just don't really care. You know, I'll play it when it comes. It's definitely like, well, I would be more excited for like a God of War game or something. Nonetheless, a lot of other games like a Horizon, and I'd be so amped if it was Horizon 3, for instance. I would be. I'd be so fucking amped up. Chris, where are you on Ghost of Yotei as we go into it? October 2nd, not too far away now.
Yeah. This is in that weird territory for me where like I'm kind of where you guys are. Where I mean, I really liked the first Ghost of Tsushima. I thought it was great. That Legends mode, sick. It was a pleasant surprise because I think around that time, I think everybody kind of expected that The Last of Us Part 2 would be like the darling, and then Ghost of Tsushima would kind of feel underwhelming in comparison. But it was actually at least partially the reverse, where people kind of, I think, appreciated it more than people were expecting. But I'm not really excited about this. Like, because I feel like it's going to be good. I feel like I know the ways in which it's going to be good because it seems like it's being built from a really solid foundation. So like, I'm not expecting to be surprised necessarily, which it could be a good thing. It means they can easily surprise me.
It's aliens.
But yeah. It's just like I'm sure it's gonna be good. But I'm not like amped about it really. I'm sure it will come out and I'll be like, oh, that's out, and then I'll play it. But I'm not I'm not amped about it.
The Ghost of Yotei is a classic gray alien with big black eyes, and that's the twist. An alien.
That'll be I mean that would effectively surprise me, I will say.
It's Cole McGrath. All right. Yeah, we are in the minority on this because I have been reading like the comments on because I'm curious about it. I'm like, why am I so? I'm just like, whatever. Especially with like the dearth of games. Like we don't get a lot of first party games at all anymore. So it's a big deal. But you read like underneath the social media posts, you read the YouTube comments on the videos, like people are fucking amped up about this. So that's awesome. I'll be really interested to see how the game does.
Yeah.
Because Ghost of Tsushima did well, but it was also a slow burn. It found a new audience on PC. They supported it with expansions that I think brought attention to it, and they were able to re-release it on PS5. They're not going to have the benefit to do some of those things this time around. So, because I think, well, obviously they'll have an expansion, I'm sure. The Legends has already been announced, so you're going to miss that marketing beat. And then I don't think the porting of games in between consoles is going to be a thing anymore. So, like, that would be insane. Like, if they released The Last of Us on PlayStation 6,
oh my God,
like natively, as like, I'm like, guys, but I'm getting mad about that's something I don't think that's going to happen. So let's not go there. All right. Ghost of Yotei, October 2nd. Grab your sword and get going. You're going to be slashing away out there. You're going to be slashing. You're going to be dicing, slicing. You're going to be running around. You're going to be on a horse probably. Yeah. Honestly, I've seen almost nothing of this game. Not because I'm avoiding spoilers, but because I just don't really care. That's like, yeah, right. It's what you said. It's like, I know what it is. And I'm looking forward to it.
Right, yeah. It'll be fun.
But I hope this is the end of the Ghost stuff after this. And like it's time to go do something else now. And I would like to see more of the whimsy back in Sucker Punch. I think PlayStation badly needs it. I'm not saying Sly Cooper or Rocket Robot on Wheels or something. I'm just saying like, Infamous. And I'm not saying even Infamous, but that's like a level of whimsy I'm looking for. Something that's adventurous and fun and not about Japan in 500 years ago. It's just we have a George and another George and another George and another George. Another George and another George.
Seinfeld, but everybody's George.
Right. All right. But the big news of this week that I wanted to get into is, well, there's actually a few big news items from the first party. Number one is that Fairgames has lost its creative director. This came unceremoniously by way of people just kind of scouting on LinkedIn. And this is why I'm always on LinkedIn myself, because it's a great resource for this sort of thing. Daniel Drapeau, who was the director and a founding member, I think not a co-founder, but a member of the original team that was at Haven that came over, has left and gone to WB Games Montreal, where he'll be working as the creative director on an unannounced game. We don't know what that is yet. Crafton Picard wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, question mainly for Colin." We can all get into this, obviously. With the director of Fairgames leaving, is the game effectively dead? Are there any examples of a game coming out after the director leaves in the middle of the development and the game actually turning out good? I can't think of any, but I don't have the knowledge that you do. Thanks. I'll walk the dog and listen. Yeah, I mean, isn't Final Fantasy 12 the most famous example probably of a game that people ended up loving that had two directors? But there are other games, like especially games as a service, that have gone through directors. Yeah. Obviously, you have Uncharted 4 is a key example of a game that had multiple directors. So yeah, it happens. It happens. And games turn out well. And so those are great games that turned out awesome. Certainly games in the are you looking up the Final Fantasy 12 thing, Dustin?
I was trying to just search games with multiple directors, but I'll search that one specifically.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Final Fantasy 12 was the first game I remember as a younger person where I was like, oh, this game actually had two directors and one left. I don't know what this means for Fairgames. I was doing a little bit of research on this guy and Daniel Drapeau, and he is obviously like now at WB Games Montreal, like we said, but he was a longtime member of Ubisoft, and then he worked briefly at Square Enix, I guess, or specifically for a Square Enix studio, and he was the director of Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So that was his only other game that he directed. I think Shadow of the Tomb Raider was a great game, so that's a good thing. And he was also a designer on Splinter Cell Blacklist. He designed Lost Via Damas. I don't know if you remember that game. That was the Lost tie-in game. And then he was the lead designer of Rainbow Six Siege. So this is a person with a decent pedigree. And I was doing a little bit of research too. VGC in 2022 did some deep diving into Haven's makeup, and they found that 70% of the studio had one-time worked at Ubisoft, and 33% of the studio, so there's crossover obviously because that's more than 100%, also worked at Stadia. So this is obviously, as we already knew, a mixture of a Google and Ubisoft kind of team with probably some WB, Montreal, Quebec seasoning. I don't think this is a good sign. The one thing that I am a little confused about is that how does the director of a game that is doing poorly and he leaves during production end up as the director at a different studio? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have anything you want to add, Dustin.
Yeah, well, real quick, the Final Fantasy 12 stuff, that is true. I'm trying to figure out. One source says that the official reason the original director left, which is Hiroki Ito, was that he was left due to a prolonged illness. But another thing here says that he refused to come to work for a month after most of the team left to go join Sakaguchi's new company, Mistwalker.
Oh yeah, that was they were making like Blue Dragon and or would go on, I guess, to make those games.
So something went on there, but you were definitely right about that. We were talking about this either on stream or the recent episode of Sacred Symbols Plus we did, that Fairgames right now, it seems like before it seemed like maybe a 50-50 shot whether or not this game was going to get canceled or not. Now, with this news too, it's leaning more like, maybe more like 60 or 70% that this game could get canceled. Just between the leak that we had here on this show about it not previewing very well or not doing well in that closed playtest. Of course, Jade Raymond leaving, and now this. It's like it seems like everything is on fire over there. And now with Herman Hulse saying they would rather fail early and cheaply, I don't think they're early, and certainly probably not cheap, being that they bought the team. But they would like to avoid another Concord situation. The question is, at what point do you just cut it off? Is it unsavable at this point? So I would expect, like, surely we're going to know one way or another. You'd think by the end of the year, like in the next few months, whether or not this thing is going to crash and burn.
There are two ways to interpret this, I guess, Chris, which is the positive, I guess you could take out of it, the best worst thing would be like, we're purging leadership and we're going to try to save the game, and this guy's gone. Jade Raymond obviously gone. So, you basically lost your producer and your director. Pretty big deal. The other interpretation is that people are fleeing a sinking ship, and that a person that was a game director on multiple games can get a job somewhere else, and he did, before things truly fall apart. My assumption is that they are working on figuring this out, and that is unknown what's going to happen to the game. I don't think it's looking too good, though, and I don't think I think a major thing they have to keep in mind is that it just seems like this game is optically shot. Maybe it doesn't matter because it's just enthusiasts that care, and they want this game to break out of the enthusiast sphere, but it's just, you need the enthusiasts to kind of lead, plant the flag and lead the way. Otherwise, it's not going to find its way to the casual gamer. And so this could just be a bad situation for them overall. Even if they feel like the game is savable, to Dustin's point, it might not be worth it. What do you think?
Yeah, I've had a bad feeling about Fairgames for a while. Like, I don't really know what they're going for. It seems like the type of game that they're making and the style that they're making it in seems a little bit at odds with each other. Like, I'm not really sure what to make of it. But obviously, there was that preview of people who played it early didn't seem to be going well. I just feel I don't have a lot of confidence in this thing. And I feel like I lean more towards this being, this isn't going that well. It almost feels like an initiative kind of thing, where it's just like people kept leaving the initiative and everybody was like, oh, maybe it's not so. I was like, no, it's probably not. It's not good, so I think it's pretty safe to say that this is probably a struggling game with a vision that doesn't seem particularly solidified. And there's a lot of live service games that do shift directors, and they might not turn out completely destroyed. I think about Halo Infinite is a really great example. Like, that went through like so many directors, and it actually turned out to be a pretty good game. Nowhere near as good as it should be given the pedigree of the IP and, how important the IP is to the platform holder that publishes it. But by all accounts, Halo Infinite should have been a way bigger failure than it ended up being, given. So I don't necessarily want to, nail it down already or this early, but that's an established IP with a lot of goodwill kind of already there. This is kind of following in the footsteps of Concord. Obviously not the same developer, but the same ecosystem. People are very aware of that connection. I would not be even remotely surprised to see this canned before we see it officially. Dude, what was that Xbox game that was like announced? It had like one teaser trailer, Contraband.
Oh yeah, Contraband. That was Avalanche. Yeah.
It had like one trailer with Steely Dan in it, and then now it's just gone. It's complete vaporware.
Reeling in the years. Oh, wrong song. Sorry.
No, it was Do It Again. But I don't know, man. I just think it's looking bad. I don't think they have confidence in this. I don't think we'll see it.
Yeah,
I think there's a pretty high chance that this thing gets kind of canned before we see it.
Yeah, I wonder. I think, as I was saying, I think the game's condition and its optics are two different things. They could be the same, but they are two different sums. In other words, like, you have to. So whether or not the game's worth saving is it's like doing a video on YouTube with a horrible thumbnail. It's like and bad title. It's like you gotta, if the content's good but no one knows, it's like it's kind of pointless. And I just feel like the name of the game, I don't know. People have been down. It's as you said. People have been down about this since it was announced. I have been way more positive about it.
Yeah.
I liked the idea. I've said that many times, but I also had more confidence that they could execute on a game. The Montreal game scene is pretty hardcore, and I liked that Sony was trying to make a play to be there, even if it was with a kind of a multiplayer studio. But I think a few things are clear as day now. It's like Jade Raymond shouldn't be anywhere near a game project ever again. And I guess people, I don't want to say are failing up. It just seems, how does this guy get a directorial job somewhere else? Is it not his responsibility as the game's director? The condition of the game? I don't get it. I know I've said this a few times on different shows, but I just want to reiterate, it's like it's not Concord and Fairgames themselves. It's Sony's buy-in to them. Right. And their belief in them. It shows a lack of taste and a foresight and forethought that Sony was famous for. No one really knew they wanted a game like Uncharted until Uncharted came out. And now we're going to talk about 007 shortly. It's like, I wonder what that game's like.
Yeah.
Like there's a way to make your mark in all of these different ways. And there's a way to make your mark, obviously, in the games as a service space. And games have done it and do it. And while it's fascinating I'll just reiterate that Concord and Fairgames failing and Fairgames presumably failing or not even coming out as second party games is a totally different story. It doesn't look as bad.
Right.
I think it's so bad because Sony believed in them. And they were dead ass wrong. And they've been wrong about a lot of choices that they've made. And I feel like this lack of conversation and Sony doesn't talk and they're not transparent at all. And it's like, what is going on over there? I really have a lot of questions. Like, what are you doing? What if, or like, what, maybe things are better now. Maybe you're like making better decisions. So maybe the better question is, what have you been doing? How could this have gone so wrong? And the bet that they made on games as a service, it's like we were saying about the Jets stumbling into maybe they would stumble into the playoffs. It's like, how did you deploy billions of dollars to like a dozen teams and almost nothing? Yeah. Not even like duds, but games that are just canceled. Games that get published and then are unpublished. It's like you didn't even stumble into more than Helldivers. Like you didn't even and they stumbled into Helldivers. Believe that.
Yeah,
they didn't know Helldivers was going to be good. They had no fucking clue.
Their instincts for live service are very, very unhoned and very, very very, very not solid, like at all. Helldivers was obviously proof of that, and I think obviously, I do think. Look, it's weird because I played a pretty substantial amount of Concord, and I know for a fact like that game plays very well. Like that was, by all accounts, a pretty solid video game. It was purposeless and bland in style and everything else, but like the core of that foundation was pretty solid. And so I think what they saw in that was like, okay, well, we can't make the same mistake that we did with Arrowhead, where we just don't own this big thing. And so they bought these teams with the assumption or with the hope that like maybe we can replicate that again. We did it by accident. Maybe we could surely do it on purpose. Not really how it works. But I think I think in their minds maybe it justified even the insane cost of like buying a studio outright is a worthy expense, considering the risk or the chance that like if this does pop off, then we own all of it, and then we don't have this problem that we have with Arrowhead now, where like now Arrowhead's so big and so popular and so well off that like they don't need Sony.
Right, but you're right, but then think about it through this lens, Chris, because this is, I think it makes it even crazier, is that they could have made that decision about Arrowhead before the game came out, just like they did with Fairgames and just like they did with Concord, two games they actually believed in. Meanwhile, they had this game under their noses the entire time with a studio that has only made Helldivers for years and years and years, and definitely could have been had at that time. And they're like, nah, we'll just release that game and see what happens. It's like, are you fucking retarded? These are crazy. And now, so he's exactly right. It's like Arrowhead's like, we don't need you, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just total. It's what?
It's especially embarrassing because Arrowhead of those three acquisitions, like, and by the way, potential acquisitions, I'm saying like Haven, what was the
Firewalk and Haven, yeah,
Firewalk, Haven, and Arrowhead, right? It's like we talk about all the time, like, or like you specifically talk about, like the idea of like, oh well, invest in studios that you've worked with before. Arrowhead was that studio,
right? Exactly.
that they did work with, and then they were just like, no, we'll pass on those. We'll buy these things these entities that we have no history with. And it turns out, if they had gone with the studio that they actually have a history with, it would have turned out really, really well for them. And yeah, man, they do not have the skills with live service, it seems, or at least they don't have the instincts or the canny, like, observational fortitude to understand like what is what, or what matters, or what's worth investing in, clearly. Because it's been a disaster. Like pretty much the entire live service initiative now, well, under the assumption that this game does not come out, which seems, not unlikely. Sony's live service ambitions lie purely with Marathon in that case. Like that's carrying like pretty much all of the weight now.
Yeah,
presuming that Fairgames doesn't come out, which, by the way, Fairgames could be a surprise. It could come out and surprise people, and that's very possible. It might even be a pretty good game, but good isn't enough. You also have to make people care. Helldivers was a game that people kind of like were apathetic about. And so even Sony was, to a degree. So it's why they showcased it in such weird, kind of lazy ways in the state of play, that it kind of became this surprise hit. But Concord, people kind of made up their minds about. And I feel like that might be happening now. Like people like it's worse in some ways to have a game that people are rooting for the failure of than to have a game that's completely apathetic, that they're completely apathetic to, because apathy allows people to be surprised. It allows people at the very least to be open to it. But like, I do feel like Fairgames, even though we haven't seen anything of it from it, I feel like a lot of people have already written it off, perhaps unfairly, maybe just through sheer observation of how this typically ends up for live service games. But fair or not, that's the narrative that's following it. And I don't know. I don't know if it'll be as bad as Concord as far as like success or adoption rate, but it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I would love for the game to come out and be awesome, and be what I believe it could have been, or what I thought it could be. But again, I'll just hammer, like, it's fun talking about the games and it's important and all of that, but man, the decision making is crazy. And I really want to know, and this is why I think Sony should talk. And it's hard for corporations, don't throw people under the bus publicly very often. And a lot of things happen privately, and there's a lot of politicking and all of the rest. I get it. But lots of people should have been fired after all this. Like a substantial number of people. To act like there aren't people that could be doing this better is crazy. And the games industry is chock full of talent, people that have good eye for things, that do well, that have a good track record. You'd think you'd be begging Shuhei Yoshida to come back. You think you'd be, and I just look at Herman Holst and I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like you're the guy that's supposed to know. Like, you're the decision maker before you even ascended to the CEO role of the gaming label. It's like, I don't know that I want you you're not making good choices. You're simply, you have had to have been involved in this. And that's it. Like, you have to have been. Yeah. How could if you weren't, then what are you even doing? And I just can't get over it. I can't get over the decision making shit. And I just would like to think that there have been lots of moves behind the scenes to purge people that were there. Like how could you go into that building with a straight fucking face? If you were like on board for the Haven acquisition and the Firewalk acquisition and the Bungie acquisition and all this money wasted, if I were, Hiroki Totoki or one of these guys, higher up, be like, what are you doing? You're fired. Right? Like, I just don't know. Is it like a Japanese culture thing? Is it because like the games company is not really run with Japan first focus anymore? You would think, in other words, it would be really hardcore and more Western at this point, and it's doesn't seem neither hardcore nor Western. It seems unusually patient, and how did someone like me that just studies the culture of PlayStation and the business of PlayStation and all of that understand it all better than people that are there? I'm not trying to be a dickhead or whatever, or flaunt or anything, or put myself in a position where I wouldn't be able to perform. It's like, I would have made better decisions. Would I have failed? Maybe. I definitely wouldn't have bought Bungie, I'll tell you that. I definitely wouldn't have looked at Concord a year out before release and be like, we'll buy the team. Nope. Wouldn't have made those choices. So I just would like to think that better decisions are being made now, but it's unclear to me if you can count on the same people to make good decisions. And I guess the proof will be in the pudding. We really won't know for a while. Right? Like, we're not going to know the outcome of these bets until the PS6. And that's a heavy and hearty bet. And I hope it's not something as simple as, listen, I've said this before, I know it's redundant, but from my viewpoint, Herman Hulst was demoted. And I wonder if that was an acknowledgement that they were like, holy shit. Like, this guy, like, look at all the bad things that happened when this guy was presiding over the first party and its expansion. And now he reports to the other CEO instead of being co-CEOs. But then I look at that and I'm like, is anyone minding the store at all? Like, does anyone know what's going on? What is when you go and buy Sony's not a huge corporation. They're a big company. But when you go and make a purchase, like even a Firewalk for hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Or Haven for hundreds of millions of dollars, certainly Bungie for $3 billion, you got to go sell that to the board. You got to go, like, you're going to be in Tokyo dealing with people and pitching and meeting and strategizing. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm being repetitive at this point, but it's a sad situation. Anything to say, Dustin, before we go?
Yeah, I mean, live services. I've been thinking about live service in particular in a game that we're going to be talking about coming up with the finals. And not to get into it too deeply, but I'm like, man, the finals is a game that is so good and unique, particularly in the live service space, that I'm like, man, why? I mean, it's doing well and it had its moment, but I'm like, man, this game should be way bigger than it is. And I think it's what Chris was saying earlier, that it's not good enough to even be acceptable. Like, Concord's gameplay was acceptable. It might not even be good enough to be great in the example with the finals. And obviously the finals is nowhere near Concord. They still have a very established player base.
Yeah.
That team is making another game that looks awesome. So I guess to be the mega success, it's like, in some ways, it kind of feels like the stars has to align for your game. It has to have every element down right. So when you look at the way Sony, I mean, I guess it's just repeating a lot of things you said, Colin, is just that it's like, you got to at least get yourself in the position. You got to make these decisions in the ground floor to at least point yourself in the right direction. And clearly that wasn't happening either.
Yeah, I don't know. It's what more to say? This has got to play out, though, and it will. And Do you consider Marvel took on Fighting Spirits as a game as a service? That might be a positive step in the direction Arc System Works. Obviously, masterful studio to be partnered with. Great idea. And then you have other games that have just been languishing. But then you have, stalwarts like MLB The Show, if you want to count that. But that's a product of many years, decades of work. So anyway, we'll see what happens with Fairgames. But yes, the Fairgames' creative director is gone. Do games come out and succeed when they have another director? Yes. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's over, but it's not a good sign. Directors typically don't leave their own projects. All right. Here's another piece of interesting news. This one comes from our friends over at Insider Gaming. Tom Henderson writes, exclusive Insomniac Games Wolverine is likely to be at PlayStation's next State of Play. They write in part, quote, Insider Gaming sources have revealed that Insomniac Games Wolverine is ready to be shown off for the first time officially since the 2021 PlayStation Showcase. According to sources who wish to remain anonymous as they couldn't talk about company plans, PlayStation is currently planning its next State of Play event towards the end of September. Other sources revealed that Insomniac Games Wolverine is almost certainly, in quotes, going to be at the event, as the production of its next trailer has now been completed. If the game doesn't appear at State of Play, then the trailer will undoubtedly be released in the next few months, with the Game Awards being the next likely candidate. They write some other things in here as well that I thought was interesting. We can get to later, which is, quote, as for what else the next State of Play event could feature remains to be seen, but it's likely to feature Bungie's upcoming Marathon, a new Metroidvania God of War. Insider, and then this is what, and I know the Metroidvania, I didn't know it was a Metroidvania game, but I knew a 2D game, God of War game, was being developed, and we talked about that months ago. They say parenthetically, Insider Gaming has it on good authority, a mainline title is also in the works, which isn't a huge surprise. Phantom Blade Zero, and possibly even Naughty Dog's Intergalactic, The Heretic Project. If the State of Play is at the end of September as intended, then we'll likely see a deeper dive in the Ghost of Yotei too. So, few possibilities here. There have been rumors of either a State of Play or a showcase. And I think they're kind of distinct from each other, but maybe not so much. So I don't know that there's, I guess having something called a showcase and a bigger deal than their State of Play branding would just be a bigger punch for everyone. And that would be nice right now. But I'll take whatever at this point. So let's begin here. Chris, Wolverine, reemerging. Wolverine was only shown once, and last shown so long ago that I believe it was announced at the same time that Spider-Man 2 was. So that's a pretty interesting stat. Yeah. And this is a game that's on its second director. Marcus Smith is now the director of the Resistance series. I know Marcus personally is a friend of mine, so I am totally biased, but in very good hands. He also directed Sunset Overdrive and Ratchet, the most recent Ratchet game. So it's in good hands. Whether or not it's going to be any good, I don't know. I don't really have any love for Wolverine. I think he's cool, but I'll definitely be interested in playing this when it comes out. What are your thoughts here on the possible reemergence? I mean, do we see the game? Do we see gameplay? Is it going to be a deep dive? Do we get a date? Are they going to release this thing?
Man, we definitely have to see gameplay at this point, right? Like they can't get away with like a cutscene or something like that for as long as it's been, and for how marred in, I don't want to say necessarily controversy, but like how marred the image of that game has been just from, their silence and obviously the big leak that happened. It's so funny too, because like I remember watching many, I watched a lot of that leak and I don't remember fucking anything. So it works. It's funny how it kind of doesn't matter.
It's also funny that without the leak, there would have been so little news to talk about the last few years. It's like, it's dry out here, Jerry. Dry as a bone.
Yeah, it's I don't know, but I think there's a pretty good, to me, if I were making the decision, I wouldn't show Wolverine unless I was ready to date it. Like, that's like how I would go about it, especially just because, again, with the leak, with how long it has been since this thing was announced, like, I personally don't think that if I were making a decision, I would be like, yeah, we're just going to show it and we're going to tease a release window. Like, I would be like, no, it's this date. Maybe like March or something, you know what I mean? Like, or something far enough away to,
to delay,
so far enough away to give some time so that people have time to get excited about it, because it's been so long that I wouldn't be surprised if most people just forgot that this was even happening. So to reignite that a little bit, I could see that maybe happening. I just don't. I can't imagine them reemerging without a date. I feel like that would be really stupid and just not wise. I think we all understand intrinsically how positively people respond to games that are unveiled with imminent, like, I mean, Hollow Knight, just being like, hey, we're coming out in 2 weeks, and it's doing well for that. Fallout 4 famously back in the day was like a big deal because it was just a couple months away. And I think Wolverine, more than any Insomniac game, needs that goodwill. I think they need that kind of shot in the arm where it's just like, oh, this thing's fairly imminent, or it's right around the corner, this thing. After so long in the dark, I would expect a date, but that's under the assumption that people know what they're doing.
It's as you said, my fear, it's not a fear. I mean, it's like my expectation is that it will end with 2026. That's what it will say.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that happening too, but I think that would be so stupid.
Yeah, I agree with you. It would be awesome because I think there is something to the marketing strategy should the game be ready to say, like, let's just, it's as you're saying, dispel everything right off the bat. Just answer all questions. There's nothing to worry about. Even really assure people that there will be no delay should you announce a date and all of that. I would like to see that level of aggression, but yeah, I doubt it. Yeah. Well, I don't doubt it. We'll see. Dustin, what do you think is going to happen with Wolverine? What are your thoughts here on this game reemerging? Again, I wonder when it was supposed to come out.
Right. I wonder, it's tough. Like, would they try to synergize with Marvel? Because the last Wolverine thing was the Deadpool movie. So maybe they were going to try to have it out around then, and clearly that didn't happen. I think this game, it's Insomniac, so I have a high level of confidence that it's going to be excellent, despite what it seems like there may be, that there was some turmoil behind the scenes. For me personally, I know not a lot of people are going to feel this way. When you think about a superhero game, like, imagine before... I guess there's lots of Spider-Man games before Insomniac, but it was easy to imagine. It's like, okay, Insomniac, they made Sunset Overdrive. They have a clear understanding of movement in game. This is a match made in heaven for them to do a Spider-Man game. And I can very clearly understand what that will look like. For the Batman Arkham games, when you talk about a Batman game, it's like, okay, a little bit of detective work, beating the shit out of people, maybe gliding around, being up in the rafters, little sneaky boy. Very clearly definable. And again, a lot of people might not feel this way, but for me with Wolverine, I'm not excited about the idea. From what I know about Wolverine, and I've seen quite a few films with him in it, the idea of a Wolverine game is just not that exciting to me. It's a guy with, he's got claws. He's kind of angry. I don't know. So this trailer for me needs to prove like Wolverine was an interesting enough idea or character that they thought we can make a game out of this that absolutely rules and plays into Insomniac's strengths. Because that's the other thing too, is they kind of went with these two Marvel games. They kind of started at the peak with arguably the peak with Spider-Man. Yeah. And now they're kind of dipping below. And I don't want to say Wolverine is by no means a low tier character, but he's not Spider-Man at all. He's not Batman. So this trailer, when they come out, needs to prove, and again, this is to me, not to everybody, because I think it's going to do just fine. It needs to prove like why. Why was Wolverine the character that we need to have a big AAA PlayStation first party make a game out of? So I have confidence, despite my skepticism of Wolverine being the choice, that it will still be great, just because Insomniac, which again, dude, Insomniac, the heavy hitter for Sony this generation with Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and of course the new Ratchet and Clank game. They just keep hitting over and over, where certain teams like Naughty Dog hasn't really gone at all yet outside of releasing The Last of Us multiple times. So they really have been the MVP so far. Yeah, and hopefully they can continue that streak with this game when we see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, no, I was gonna say I'm in total agreement with that too. Like I always felt that like X-Men Origins Wolverine is a really good video game. Like to be fair, but
I was gonna bring that up, dude. I was exactly what I was gonna bring up. Raven, 2009. Yeah. That is an awesome Wolverine game.
It is. Totally, yeah. It is really good. But I also kind of felt when I heard that they were doing Wolverine, I was just like, well, I mean, that's not. If they do X-Men Origins Wolverine again, it could be good, I guess. But like I don't. Spider-Man is so clearly. I don't know. It is an angry guy with claw. I almost feel like Santa Monica Studio would be better equipped for a game like that, actually.
Yeah. That's it. I'm actually interested in the violence aspect of it,
right?
Too. Like I've never seen the movies. I know Wolverine from the comics. It wasn't. It was like G.I. Joe in that it was not necessarily violent. It was kind of implied, from what I read. When I was a kid, I don't remember him like dripping in blood and shit. Maybe there was shit like that in some of the comic runs, but I don't remember that. But he's got blades for hands. This is the thing I've wondered about this game for a long time. Like, is this going to be some sort of like gruesome M-rated game, or is it going to be goofy? And I don't know if you remember X-Men Origins Wolverine, Chris, I think was released in 2 different versions, right? Because there was like a non-violent version that was like on the Wii. And then
I think
then like a more adult version. I believe that's true for the PS3 and Xbox. So yeah, but it's funny because I was thinking about that game too, because that was when I used to just have access to everything, so I used to just bring shit home and play them, and I was shocked. I was like, this game has no business being so good.
It's a movie licensed game for a movie that, by the way, was terrible. Like that was like not a good. That was like the famous movie with like Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, and he doesn't have a mouth, and he's got swords for hands. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I do think they have to prove why they sought this out as a studio that's used to making very locomotion heavy games. Like, why focus on this character that doesn't really have a mobility factor to him? It's an interesting match, and I'm sure it'll be good. But yeah, man, I'm not super stoked about it. I think I just wonder like when we'll see it. Like I see the issue with it is like if we see it soon, then they're just going to say 26, because if they give a date, it would have to be sooner than fall, which would put it kind of in GTA 6 territory, which is not smart for anybody.
That's not good for anybody.
That's not good for anybody. But so like but the only thing that I want is like, I want whenever we see this game, take as long as you need, right, to decide when to show it. But when you show it, that game better be like damn near ready to go. Like there needs to be like almost like I'm exaggerating when I say a non-existent window from time of unveiling to time of release, but like it needs to be in that spirit where it needs to be. People shouldn't have the time to really doubt it. You know what I mean? Like it's been way too fucking long.
I would hope for I always think the trailer when they revealed the new God of War. What year was that? 2014, maybe? That E3?
Yeah, I don't know.
Where Cory Barlog was playing it live. To me, that was like one of the most immaculate reveal trailers ever, where you introduce the setting, you have the big pop moment of the reveal of the character, which obviously they can't do with Wolverine, but they literally immediately just showed you what this game is like. It's like, okay, you know what God of War is before, but this is the new direction, and we're about to show you why it's awesome. So I guess I would hope that this trailer for Wolverine is like big reveal. Maybe at the beginning you don't know that it's the Wolverine game. Then you see him, and then it's like, okay, now we're going to show you the gameplay. Roll right into it. I would love that, but it seems like less and less we get game reveals with gameplay as the first. Well, I guess this wouldn't be the first marketing beat; it would be the second. So,
yeah,
just been a very long time in between.
E3 2016.
2016. Okay,
right.
There are a couple of questions to ask. I mean, you brought up the leak that happened at the end of 2023. That was after Spider-Man 2 came out, and that leak. I wonder what went wrong with the game. Something went wrong, obviously. and people kind of important people were shed from the project, and different people, maybe more trusted people, were brought in to fix things and kind of right the ship. But I wonder what went wrong. It might be right to these challenges of how you make a Wolverine game and what it is. I also wonder if there was some serendipitous help in the leaks and people playing the game and you getting kind of unvarnished feedback that and it's free. It's like free playtesting. Like it basically was involuntary playtesting.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if that might have helped. But I also think a lot of that stuff was early and out of context. Games look like shit and play like shit deep into development often, and things don't come together until very late. So I don't even know if anyone saw or played. Like I looked at some of the footage when it leaked, but I obviously didn't play it. I wouldn't even know how to go about doing that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do that anyway. I'm not that into, I don't really want, it's illegal. Like the stuff you have access to, which is like, you can kind of like look at the publications of the data and stuff, but I don't want that shit on my machines and I don't want to interact with that stuff. It's like, it's not a good look, but people did. And I wonder if there was any information to garner out of that. But I think so the bigger thing that came out of the leak though, that I wanted to remind you guys is there was a lot of things like multiple Spider-Man games that have never come to fruition. And then an X-Men trilogy. Right. And I will say this, that it is my hope and my dream that after they deliver this Wolverine game and Spider-Man 3, which will come, that they get out of this Marvel shit. It's enough. This might have seemed like a good idea when you signed all these documents. It probably was a good idea when you signed all these documents and tied Insomniac for literally 20 years to Marvel, which is the case. Didn't they had games coming out in 2038, I think, in that leak, like X-Men games and shit. It's like, no, let's just cut it off here. And maybe that's crazy, but I just feel like, don't you obviously you benefit from having this license fair, but at the same time, it's licensed. And don't you want, God, if you're out Insomniac, I guess there were people there that'd be like, I will make Marvel games forever for the rest of my life. But I would assume that you want to make something else. Something of your own, something different, something that's not tied to someone else's lore, Bible, and characters. And it seems boring to me. So if anything comes out of this, us not getting that Spider-Man multiplayer game, us seemingly not and maybe never getting that Venom shit that Tony Todd did.
Yeah.
And then, or maybe that ties into Spider-Man 3. Clearly, in other words, they've truncated their plans. There was going to be expansions for Spider-Man 2, never came out. Right? There was going to be an interstitial Miles Morales game, never came out. Wolverine is in trouble. Spider-Man 3, we don't know anything about yet. Just cut it off. And let's get back to business. But they would maybe argue this is being back to business. Spider-Man's huge. And we can make X-Men huge too. And I think Insomniac can do great work. I think Wolverine will probably come out and be great, but I just feel like the Marvel, it would be like tying a studio to do Star Wars games. Even Ubisoft was saying like Star Wars Outlaws, which was by many accounts great. They were saying it did well, but it was limited by the fact that it's Star Wars and it's just not the time. And I think making your own games at least gives you the initiative to make your own time. And obviously they would argue that they're making another Ratchet game in the background and all the rest. I'm like, that's cool, man. But it's time to see what your full team can really do. Like one full AAA team. What's a new Insomniac product? And to me, that's almost unthinkable based on what they've been kind of in bondage with since Sony bought them. So, and the other important thing is that a lot of those deals were made when Ted Price was there, and Ted Price was probably the driver of those deals. Now that he's gone, I wonder if there's a different feeling about what they should do. And I wonder if they could even get out of those deals. So we'll see. Anything else to add before we move on?
Nope. I think we're good.
So we got a little bit of bad news with Fairgames. We got a little bit of good news with Wolverine. And we might know in the coming weeks a lot more information. Curious what you guys think of this next story. Giannis Conto wrote in and said, "Hello, CDC. As it's being reported by Deal Labs, Sony is reducing the storage of the PS5 Slim from 1 terabyte to 825 gigabytes while the price remains the same. That's leaving less than 700 gigabytes of usable storage for the player after the OS. This is reported to be for an EU SKU, but I am sure it will reach you guys before too long. So now, not only is this model more expensive than it was when it launched, but it also has worse specs. This does not inspire confidence for the rumored cheap PS6. Do you have any thoughts on this? So yes, indeed, the renowned French website that seems to have access to things that are bespoke, Deal Labs, reported via Push Square, which translated it. Says, rumor, to avoid even more PS5 price increases, digital edition to get reduced SSD space. And it says, quote, according to Deal Labs leaker Bill Kuhn, the digital edition of the base PS5 will start to have 825 gigs of space as part of a new Chassis E series, as opposed to 1 terabyte of storage in the Chassis D model. The launch PS5 models back in 2020 also come with 825 gigs of space as standard, but this was increased to 1 terabyte when the PS5 Slim version was released. The leaker claims that in the case of the base PS5's digital edition in Europe specifically, it's getting reduced storage to avoid having to raise prices of the system once again. The console has already had 2 price raises since release. The new model will be available at least in European markets beginning September 13th. Dustin, what are your thoughts on this? Is it a big deal?
I don't think it's a big deal. Sort of. I don't think it's going to be a big deal for sales of the console. I think that a price increase would bother people more. With that being said, I mean, certainly it's not ideal for them to give you less value for money. I was trying to research and look because there's an article on PC, of all places, PC Mag. It says Sony says $499 PS5 no longer sells at a loss. Because I was trying to remember if they were selling at a loss at launch and then eventually were profitable. Because at some point I wonder, I'm like, okay, if they are selling this thing and they are making money on it, could they just take the hit? But clearly Sony does not want to do that, or the economics have changed so much that they are basically at that. I guess I wonder if they're still making money on the console, if they are holding that so dear that they're willing to lower the storage space. To Sony's credit, I am glad at least that it is easy to add additional storage to it. If they're reducing the space enough that it's like, if you really care that much, you probably were already going to add a drive to it, you know? But again, I feel like that's kind of defending the fact that they are reducing it. But it's so weird right now with tech and hearing about the pricing of everything and how much things cost, either for raw materials or the end product. Like, dude, it's like leaked iPhone prices for when they reveal their new phone coming up. And it's like, holy shit. Like, consumer electronics are just keep going up. And I wonder what the breaking point is. And maybe that's what Sony's worried about, that it's like, man, we cannot afford to raise the price on this thing because that actually will be a deterrent. And this, while it's not favorable, is less bad than raising the price again on a console that came out in 2020. And two, also, this isn't even like, they already probably reduced their manufacturing costs with the Slim model. So they really have been trying to reduce their pricing, their raw material cost on PS5 since it came out. And they're still having to do this. I just wonder, and someone like Moore's Law is Dead, Tom would know that it's like, is it that the raw materials just keep going up? Is it that they're not willing to reduce the amount of profit that they're making on it? Either way, it's all fucked and sucks.
What are your thoughts, Chris?
I'm just so tired of winning. I think I don't know. I think this is a better alternative for sure than raising the price on something. It's definitely going to. It's a less sexy headline because it is so centered on this more enthusiast angle of specs and hardware and storage space, which your average person doesn't necessarily care about. They'll delete whatever they need to fit whatever they need to on it. We care about space. And so I think it's wise to make that sacrifice if they have to make a sacrifice at all, as opposed to, raising the price for the same amount of storage. But it sucks. And it's lame that we're in this situation. that it's even happening. It's just it continues to boggle my mind that you were better off buying day one.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so crazy. Like it doesn't register to me that is even possible because I'm so used to 30 years of the exact opposite being the case. It's an adjustment period, but I think it's a wiser move than increasing the price.
I have another take on this too, real quick, Colin.
Yeah, please.
Because I was thinking, okay, so a terabyte is 1,000 gigs, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or it would be 1,064 or something, wouldn't it? Like
let's get this right. 1 terabyte in gigs. 1,024 gigs.
24, okay.
Okay, so 1,024 gigs minus, they're reducing it to 825?
Yeah.
25. So you're looking at 200 gigs less. I'm guessing that the price difference so that they would raise it surely would be $50, right? Like if they're going to raise the price, it's probably going to be by a click of 50.
Right.
Not
That's what they just did. Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
So in one way that you look at it, you're still getting less, right? But the PS5 SSD that you can add on is $130 and you get an entire terabyte for that. So I'm just trying to think like the economics, like would you rather spend $50 up front to have that extra $200 or to have that extra 200 gigs, 199 gigs, or have the option where it's like, okay, it's a little bit less, but if you really need the extra space, you'll be able to get a lot more value per gig by buying an external drive.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting.
And I don't want to defend it, but at least I would rather it be that option than pay an extreme premium for an additional 199 gigs.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you said earlier, and I agree with you where it's both a big deal and really not a big deal. It's a big deal in that it's shrinkflation. It's the equivalent of getting a bag of Lay's potato chips with 6 ounces fewer chips in it or something. But you're paying the same amount of price for it, and they act like it's the same, but it's really not, and it sucks. I hate that shit. And it's hard to defend it, even because with economic forces. And I think a lot of this, because it's international and it's being introduced overseas first, it seems to me that this is not so much tariff-based as much as it's about cost of goods coming out of East Asia, which sucks. It's just going up. Everything's going up. And we lived in a world where consumer electronics, as we all know, were just getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Like I paid $3,200. Well, I didn't pay. My parents paid in 1996, as I said, for our Sony Vaio, $3,200 and money at that time, which is an enormous amount. Like you couldn't even, if you adjusted that forward to like what that would be worth today, so something more like 5,500 or something like that. It's like you couldn't even really spend that on anything but like the most insane computer, right? So things have gotten cheaper, but maybe things are starting to bump back up again, and maybe some combination of free trade, technological advancement, fluid international monetary policy, all of the rest helped us get this unusual generation of just cheap electronics that's not really natural. And we saw little signs of that. One of the things that I remember, and this was 10 years ago at this point, but one of the things I remember seeing being like, was it's easy to forget now, but you used to just get your phone for free. Remember that? If you like signed a contract with like your phone company, not only during the flip phone era, but the early iPhone era, and you would just get a phone for free and you would sign a 3-year contract or whatever with the company. And they stopped doing it because they couldn't subsidize that level of electronic costs because electronics weren't necessarily getting cheaper and cheaper. These phones became more and more expensive. And as you said, Dustin, now they're like, I'm like surprised by the prices sometimes where I'm like, really? I mean, in some way it's worth it because you're on it all the time and it's great. But so from that perspective, I get it. It's like, it sucks. It's you're getting less for the same amount of money. Your dollar is going less and less far every day. So technically you're paying more for less, and it sucks. The other side of it though is, and this is just a me experience. Again, I'm a single player gamer mostly. I know that the package files for a lot of these multiplayer games are onerously large, but I doubt you're either filling up 825 gigs or 1 terabyte or anywhere close to it on your PlayStation 5 if you're an average user. Not even close. And I just don't think from a use perspective it really matters. And that's where the shrinkflation thing doesn't really line up, because like I'll eat the fucking potato chips if you would just give them to me. But with this particular thing, it's like, I look at my console storage. I often have 10, 15 games on my console at one time. I use maybe 1/5 of the storage on my PS5 Pro. You know, it's at most, you know, when you go into it shows you the little lines and it's like, you know, pictures and all the rest. It's like little dashes and then there's a huge open space. And so I'm like, I bet you some people if they play Call of Duty, Fortnite, FIFA, like these games with huge packages that are constantly updated and patched. I can see that being a problem. And that's going to be a lot of people. But I don't want to overstate the case either. If they were cutting it in half or something, that would be like crazy. But right. This I don't really. So yeah, I agree with exactly what you said, Dustin. It both matters and it doesn't. It matters because it's anti-consumer.
Right.
But it doesn't matter because you're probably not going to use it anyway. So, and you have the option, like you said, to use an external drive. I think you can swap out your drives. So, but I've personally, and I've always felt this way since the PS3 was the last console I dealt with where I'm like, I have to delete things on a constant basis to like get new things. I have to like figure out, and then remember the PS3 wouldn't know that you deleted something. So then you had to reset the PS3. And then it would know, and then you can go down. So in other words, if you went to download something on the PSN store, it would be like, you need to open up this much space. So then you'd go to open up the space, and then you go back to the store, and it would just be like, you need to open up this much space.
I remember that.
So I was like, I hated that fucking thing. That was the last time I personally ever dealt with that, and a little bit on Vita, but specifically if you're using like a 16 gig card or something. Otherwise, my personal experiences, I've had in the PS4 generation and the PS5 generation more than enough space on basic consoles or the pro level console when those came out. So I don't want to make an argument just to be like, you know, rah, pro consumer only, where it's like, nah, it's a bad look. But from a use case, I don't think it really matters. I do think it's wise for them to avoid price increases again. I think they understand that they can't do it. The only other way they could have gotten away with it maybe is to hold this price increase that they just did and then made $100 price increase if they had to in the future, but they already kind of spent they don't have any dry powder, in my opinion, for this. So I think now they're looking at it and being like, we got to figure something out or sell at a loss. And I had brought it up on the Sacred Plus episode that people will get on Saturday that there are rumors, and I think it was on PlayStation Lifestyle or something I saw, that people are getting offers, I guess heavy PS4 users, like $100, and I can't verify this because I have not seen it, but they've reported on it, is there have been people that are getting like unsolicited $100 PSN card offers from Sony to upgrade to PS5 or something. So they're trying to get people to move at this point, and they're willing to take a hit to do it, which I find interesting. So anyway, this will be available September 13th. I guess for there are website resources, I'm sure, that know this, but like, I guess if you're out there searching for a PS5 right now or want to buy one, I guess look at the numbers on the box or something to figure out like which one you're getting. Because obviously you're not going to want, if you can get, it's like when people used to hunt for the backwards compatible PS3s.
I would assume they would have to put the box. Like it wouldn't just be there will be a thing on how many gigs are on it.
Do you remember when people would find like the old, it stopped in like 08, 09 or whatever, but like people would still find like new stock of the PS3, like the real PS3 with all of the fucking gizmos and bobs that they had on in the beginning, like the SD card readers and like 4 USB ports and all the, it's like, what is this?
That's the desirable one, dude.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. And I remember people still finding those new and it being like, whoa.
Right.
Like super cool.
I wish I had one, dude. They're cool. I mean, I don't care about having a compact flash reader on my PlayStation 3, but the fact that it plays PS2 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. They were incredibly ambitious with that machine when you really think about it. Even in the settings, like the printer settings and all this shit. It's like, what is going on here?
Yeah, it's insane.
A lot of it didn't come to fruition, but it was cool that you could do that stuff. All right. So thank you for that report. Billy Coon. What does he know that we don't? It seems like he knows quite a bit. All right. Next up, I wanted to ask you guys what you thought about 007 First Light. There was a state of play that aired, September 3rd, so yesterday from when we're recording. And it was a fairly lengthy look. I mean, I think there was like a half an hour of actual gameplay shown of this game, 007 First Light, coming from IO Interactive, of course, the team behind the Hitman series. And it comes out March 27th next year. We already knew this, but there's some information on the pre-order stuff or whatever, but that's interesting. We'll get to that. But I'm more curious what you guys thought of the gameplay. Dustin, were you able to watch this? I should be clear. I'm excited about this game. I think it looks awesome. I scrubbed around and watched like 30 seconds a few times of gameplay. I don't want to see any more. As I understand, they showed 2 full missions. I'm like, I don't need to see this. I don't want it to spoil the game. But from what I saw, I thought it looked really great. What did you think?
I think it looks, overall, my impression is very, very good. Obviously, Hitman, I'm a huge fan of the new Hitman trilogy, or the Hitman World of Assassination. And it was obvious when they announced that they were working on a 007 game. It's like, dude, this could be pretty awesome depending on how they do it. And the footage they showed, it overall, I thought was great. There's a couple things that I'm a little unsure of. The things I really like, first of all, is that I was worried that they would water down kind of the Hitman experience in this game for a more streamlined approach. It was very clear from this trailer that it is very Hitman-like. When you're doing your different stealth missions, a large part of it was focused on like breaking in to this chess tournament happening at this like villa or whatever. And clearly a lot of Hitman DNA in it. But the thing that I really love is that there are certain sections where it's like, okay, this is a Bond game. It's got to have crazy action in it. Whereas in Hitman, it's funny. They give you so many crazy different like high caliber weapons, but it's like, I never use them in the game because I'm always trying to sneak around. I'm trying to steal the clown's outfit in order to sneak in and poison someone's drink. So, but in this, it's very clear where there's a part in the mission where it's like, okay, and it says license to kill comes up at the top. And it's all right, now it's time for balls to the wall, where then it becomes more of like a third person shooter action game. And by the way, any game that you can throw the rifle that you're currently using directly at an enemy fucking rules. I love that. And there's multiple moments where he's like, shooting some shots and then just throwing the gun. There's parts where he's like diving over a car. There was all kinds of really unique combat mechanics shown. The negative parts, the car bit of the trailer, the driving looked a little boring, maybe a little bit too...
It's for exposition.
Right.
I noticed that as well in what I watched.
I was like, okay, I'm willing to reserve judgment. The last part, and I think this write-in coming up is about it, is just that I've talked before about when I've previewed games early, like at Summer Game Fest, there's certain games I played, performance not good. But I'm not judging it because it's not out yet. Like, this isn't like a near final. It's not going to be out in a few weeks. Surprised with this gameplay presentation that they were willing to show it off in this poor of performance at certain parts. Makes me a little concerned. Obviously, the release date is still decently far away, March 27th. But it gave me this weird feeling like, ooh, they've got a lot to smooth out in terms of performance. It makes me worried that, particularly IO, I mean, the Switch version they just put out of Hitman was not very good. And also Hitman, when it was released on PS4, also, I mean, it was a different time back then in terms of what we expected of performance. But I really hope they're able to clean that up quite a bit. But the other thing too, is I love that it was clearly it's a James Bond game, but didn't know if they were going to maybe make it more grounded. But then they show a part where you use your watch and a laser shoots out to drop a chandelier. And I was like, yes, that's the kind of stuff that I really want to see. And also there's like a crazy, almost Uncharted-esque scene with an airplane where there's people fighting on top of the plane as it's trying to take off and people are flying off. I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of out of control James Bond stuff that I want. So overall impressions are even better than I initially expected.
Yeah, Roamscape Imagery wrote into us on Patreon about what you were talking about. It said, "What's up, Sacred Brethren? Just watched the 007 First Light State of Play, and first things first, the premise seems awesome. Uncharted meets Hitman, sign me up. Now, let's talk about the not so great. The performance seems unbearable. Now, 2 caveats to mention. The first being that the game is still essentially 7 months out. This is what you said. And they could be working on performance in this last stretch. Secondly, YouTube compression is an unpredictable mess. That is true. And that could be the reason for the horrible frame rate. I don't know if that's true, but it would be more the resolution. I'd be more worried about the resolution, right?
Yeah.
All of that being said, I'm fucking stoked for the game. I also dig the fact that there are not multiple versions of the game, and the only way to get 24 hours early access is through pre-order. I think that's really cool. What were your thoughts on the game? Was the frame rate as eye-bleeding for you guys as it was for me? Thanks for all the content that keeps me distracted from the mundane details, daily tasks. I'm sorry. I don't know where I said details. Distracted from my mundane daily tasks. I'll hang up and listen. Chris, what did you think of the 007 First Light State of Play?
I thought it looked so sick. I thought it looked awesome. I was so on board with it. I love stealth, especially now because like it was a good time for me to see this too, because I just wrapped up Metal Gear, so I'm in like a stealth kind of mindset, and so seeing this was just like, okay, cool. They're using a lot of Hitman here. There's a lot of Hitman clearly instilled in this, and I wasn't sure what to make of Hitman, or I wasn't sure what to make of the news when I first heard that IO was doing this, because I was just like, oh, maybe like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're really an action, like, because 007 needs to be action oriented, and I don't know if Hitman is necessarily an action game, but I thought the combat looked awesome. A little janky, but not in a way that I think is bad. Like sometimes when 007 would be like brawling with people and he would like shove them into something, which by the way looked awesome, but it looked kind of like they were like Gears of War, like magnetized to it. Like there's something a little bit like weirdly quick to it, but I didn't mind it. It looked like it served the gameplay really, really well. But yeah, I mean, this has assuaged a lot of my fears, really. And the performance, again, it is so far out that like I just didn't register it as a concern. If anything, I registered it as like, oh, this is really the game, and they're actually showing you what the game is. And there's a level of confidence in that, and there's a level of like respecting the intelligence of the viewer and understanding it's like, look, we're not done. But like this is what we're going to be doing. Obviously, if this was coming out in 2 weeks, I would be concerned, because then it's just like, well, what are you doing showing us this? Performance wise, that's not good. But I think there's more than enough time to kind of iron that stuff out.
There are so many explosive tanks in it when I'm looking now. It's like there's so many. It's insane. It's like, what is this fucking? I mean, I guess it's an airport. It's a runway, so that makes some sense.
It's completely. It's so over the top. Like there's such everything explodes in that scene, and it's awesome. I'm totally fine with it. Like I like an over the top action game, and I think they're doing something interesting by fusing just the stealth, the open stealth, like gameplay systems of Hitman and social stealth with this like Uncharted kind of action focus and vignette focus. I think it looks awesome. Like it looks way better than I thought it would look, and I'm not really worried about the performance. At least this early. Like it needs to be like release month, or like a month before release. And I would still have to be seeing these performance issues to really care. So like it's not even really a red flag for me. I think it looks fucking cool.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I'm definitely totally into it. I'll definitely play this when it comes out. I'm not a huge 007 fan, but it's not for lack. Right, yeah. I like the character. I just think there's a lot I don't know. I've not seen most of the movies. I obviously am not familiar with the novels. But the games I've played, there have been obviously GoldenEye is a classic on N64, but there was some good ones on PS2 as well. They were just kind of linear shooters, but they were fun. Linear third-person shooters like Nightfire and a few of those kinds of things. So
Nightfire multiplayer is awesome. I really like Nightfire a lot.
So this is cool. I'm looking forward. I'm watching more of it. There's a really cool scene when they're fighting on the airport, where like a black SUV of enemies pulls up and the guy's like the player's shooting at the gas tank and it leaks, and then the car parks and then he shoots a barrel at the end of the gas, like the leak, and it just goes up to the car and explodes it. Because I was wondering, I'm like, why are you shooting over there when the enemies are there? And I was like, oh, you're making something cool happen for the audience. I did notice in the more, they're like when they're in the party, they're in the more stealthy area and you're kind of just walking around as a person, very slow dev camera movement.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, a little. I hate that kind of. I don't watch too many demos anymore, so it's so funny. Usually, that's done obviously to make the game more cinematic, but also it helps you avoid screen tearing and stuff like that. So I'm always skeptical of that, but we'll see. The technical issues, based on what I watched, I didn't really notice. I mean, obviously the frame rate's not ideal, but people can check it out for themselves. It's on the whole state of play, which is 36 minutes long, is on PlayStation's YouTube channel. It has 764,000 views in a day. That's not so bad. And it should be noted, because we were asking, like, well, why are they showing it now and all the rest? Michael Bagby wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Gents. I just wanted to ask, what was Sony's strategy behind showcasing 007 in a state of play? The game looks promising, but with fans wanting some clarity over the exclusivity of their games and what big games are in production, was this the best move? Thanks for all that you do." Yeah, this is a marketing deal. I mean, that's why I think there was probably it was probably time to deliver something, and so the game was not going to be maybe in the best state, and this is what they had to show, and what they had in quotes is great. I think it looks awesome, so I'm excited about it. But this is Sony, I think, wisely getting behind a good third-party game that they can help market and probably defray the marketing costs that IO would have to pay in return for exclusive content like this that brings people's eyeballs to a game that's going to probably sell millions of copies and will be associated with PlayStation. So this is just a classic marketing deal.
Yeah, they did one for Borderlands as well, as state of play. And also this idea, like, what did he say here? Was this the best move when people are wanting to know more about their games? It's like, dude, Sony is not thinking about you. They are not thinking about the people that are wondering about the state of first party. Again, to tease our Sacred Symbols Plus episode tomorrow, while we are the most hardcore PlayStation users, we do not represent the majority at all. And they're not worried about what someone's going to think. It's like, oh, well, they're showing off James Bond instead of Ghost of Yotei. It's like, no, they're not worried about it.
Well, speaking of IO, since we're talking about them, and this is obviously their game, they're also working on publishing external games, or at least they were. IGN sat down with the CEO of IO to talk about the publishing of their first external game, which was MindsEye. And IGN writes, to say MindsEye suffered from a rocky launch would be a bit of an understatement. Or at least plagued by a poor critical reception, refunds to players who purchased it, and subsequent layoffs. Developer Build a Rocket Boy's debut game garnered its fair share of negative headlines and a Colin Moriarty Platinum. But there was once a time when there was something to be excited about when it came to MindsEye, so much so that IOI Partners, the publishing arm of Hitman 007 First Light Studio IO Interactive, saw enough promise in it to distribute the game. So in a conversation they had with Hakan Abrak, who's the CEO of IOI, he told IGN, quote, "The initial talks we had with those guys were to support them. We thought they had some great ideas and a great world in the background that they were building, and hopefully they'll get the opportunity to show more of that in the future. And we just wanted to help them distribute the game." And then IGN writes, quote, "At some point along the road, though, the development of MindsEye clearly did not go exactly to plan and ultimately ended in that negativity-laced launch. For IOI Partners, it obviously isn't what it wanted to see happen after attaching itself to Leslie Benzie's helmed project." He says, the CEO, quote, "Well, that was definitely tough, right? It was a tough reception. It wasn't what they hoped for, and also what we didn't hope for at IOI Partners. They're working hard on turning things around to regain the trust of the gamers out there, and they have tons of potential and content they're working on, so hopefully they'll succeed with that in the future," end quote. They go on to ask, so this is the funny part of it. IGN says, "The future of MindsEye and Build a Rocket Boy remains uncertain, but what about IOI Partners and its appetite to publish more games not made inside the Danish studio's walls? IOI Interactive will self-publish the upcoming James Bond adventure at 007 First Light, but can we expect more partnerships along the lines of the one they made with MindsEye, or has this launch left a bad taste in their mouth?" So the CEO says, quote, "So IO Interactive will publish our own games internally. IOI Partners, that remains to be seen," end quote. Yikes. Bad news. Interesting, though, Dustin, in reading about this, we don't have to linger on this too long. It's just a weird industry piece, but he was using a lot of they. Like, we hope they turn it around. They had great promise. They tried hardest, but it's like there is and he uses we a little bit, but it's like there is a we here. You did sign on to this game knowing what you were doing, I assume. And hopefully that doesn't scare them off from helping more developers get their games out. but they were really, I just thought it was an interesting opportunity for them to distance themselves as much as they could from the project. But it's like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's really fair. It's not like it's not like they just handed you like a gold disc and were like, publish this. It's not what happened.
Yeah, I'm trying to look just to make sure. Yeah, I mean, the thing for them, with MindsEye, I think they definitely share some of the responsibility, but also it's just the idea that IOI's like logo. I mean, it's IOI partners, but is on every copy of MindsEye, and they are deeply associated with an extreme failure. One of the most notable failures in recent memory. They put them up when they did that weird IOI interactive stream at Summer Game Fest that I had the absolute pleasure of being at. Yeah, it's definitely not a good look, and I'm sure they're thinking about it. They're like, man, this kind of sucks that now we are forever associated with this game. And so yeah, I understand him trying to say they, but it's like, dude, you let it happen, to some degree.
Yeah,
you let this happen
again. Well, it's like the sense of denial coming out of Sony about their own games. It's like, who made the decisions?
Right.
What do they say? Success has a million fathers, failure has none, or something like that. All right, Chris, anything you want to add before we move on?
No, I think I just love that remains to be seen. It's such a diplomatic way of saying probably not.
Well, they probably lost money on it, and they're not that big. It's a dangerous game to play, pardon the pun. If you're not at least breaking even or something like that and having some sort of prestige label, I mean, this is a bad start. Bad start. Talking about responsibility, I wonder whoever was running that publishing arm, if they're in trouble. Because it's like, well, why did you make this deal? All right. I'm very interested to see what you guys think of this. As of the day we're recording, which is September 4th, Hollow Knight SIlksong is indeed out. It's unbelievable. It's finally out. And the bigger thing that I wanted to talk about, though, is its price, which is $19.99. This has caused a lot of conversation because it seems outrageously affordable, even cheap for the game. And not only for what modern games cost. I think the original Hollow Knight, when it came out in 2017 on PC, costs $15. So this is a modest cost of living increase for it, I guess. Chris, let's stick with you. What do you think about the pricing of the game? By the way, there was some trouble with the game when it was rolling out too. It seems like it's all ameliorated now, but people were having a problem even downloading and buying the game today on multiple platforms, including PSN. But that seems to be better now. So I'll definitely be checking it out in the days to come. What do you think about this price of $19.99? I will say, and I will preface it by saying there's something about it that really bothers me. But I'll talk about it more about why that is.
I think it's a perfect price. I think it's genuinely. I mean, look, this is a small studio. They're rich beyond their wildest imaginations. Anyway, they could be completely set selling it at $9. So like, I mean, 20 I think is right in that. They're right in that perfect area where $20, $19.99. I could spend that on a game that I don't even intend to play really, and I could feel good about it. I do think the second it goes $10 more, like when it's $30, I bought it already. Like, I don't know if I'll ever get to it, but I bought it specifically because it was like, oh, it's $20, whatever. At 30, I'm thinking like, well, I got to play this. Maybe not. But I think it's a very shrewd price. I think it's good. I think it's great. I think Team Cherry is wise to do this. It just makes the game so approachable. It's a similar thing to what Helldivers did at the $40 price point, where it's just like, well, the price compared to like a AAA game is like, oh, well, I could convince my boys to shell that out if we know we're all going to be playing. And I think for a smaller, like, 2D kind of platforming game that's taking this long, I think it's an awesome price. I have no issues with it at all.
What are your thoughts, Dustin?
I think Chris might be onto something with this idea of it being $20, not for everybody, but for a lot of people playing games and buying games. $20 is a fuck it price. Mm-hmm. Where it's like, I wonder if their thought process is like, well, yeah, we could charge 30, but that extra $10 could be a slight barrier. When you think about how long this game has been in development and how long people have talked about it, that lead up, there are probably lots of people like Chris that are just like, oh, $20? Well, I'll see what everyone's talking about. I'll see what the hype cycle for the last 7 years. $20, who cares? People spend like twice as much to just get some like McDonald's DoorDash. So
yeah, well, also, dude, that's the price of a Fortnite skin. You know, it's like that's people are desensitized to that price point even.
Yeah. And so I wonder if there is this idea of like we can cast a wider net here with that lower price point and maybe make more money than if we had charged 30. I don't know. I think it's an interesting idea.
Yeah. So this gets into my quote unquote problem, because I should be clear. It's a somewhat facetious problem in that I think it's obviously awesome to charge an affordable price for your game, knowing that it's going to be saturated by the millions of copies and that you're going to be perfectly fine, better than fine financially by selling it at $20. There's not a lot of you. You took a lot of time to create it based on the money you made on the original one. I think that's awesome. Like I love that level of accessibility. I think that's dope. So when people that are already mad at me in the comments, wherever, stay your swords. And let me tell you why I am not upset about it, but why it bothers me. That's what I was saying earlier. It bothers me. I believe that this affected very few sales, and that this is one of those rare games that could have extracted tens of millions of dollars more for themselves with probably no penalty. That shows a lot of restraint, but it's like the guy with the vein popping out of his head meme for me if I were there, where it's like, I think people were perfectly comfortable and ready to spend $24 and even $29.99 on it, which I think would have been a totally appropriate price for the game. And I think about that just because I think, yeah, it's a comfortable price to get in. Certainly it's going to lubricate the wheels of commerce, but is it going to outdo you getting another $10 per unit of every game you would have sold in the millions anyway? And you could argue the game could have even been more expensive and maybe not even affected anything. I think it would have gotten egregious above $29.99. So that's where I'm like, damn, like, you're rich. Awesome. You left a lot of money on the table, man, in my opinion. A lot. Like tens of millions of dollars, probably. And so when I saw that price point, that's all I thought about. I was like, awesome. Affordable price. You're going to make a lot of money. You're very happy to do that. Very pro-consumer, all of that. But I just thought of them. And I was just like,
yeah,
it's a lot of money, dude.
But it's a lot of money at a point where money doesn't matter anymore. You know, like you're already like, what does more money do for you at a certain point? Like nothing really. You know, they're living insane lives, I bet, at Team Cherry as it is. So from that perspective, I can imagine it's like, yeah, we can make more money, but like, what is it? What is a couple more $1 million really to us at this point?
I read, I could be wrong. It could be a different team, but I think it was them saying that a couple of the guys that work there, like still just live in the same places. Like that one guy like lives in this shitty apartment still and all that. That's the kind of shit I love. Yeah. When you have like legit fuck you money and you're like, nah, whatever. Just because the status quo is not so threatening when you know intrinsically that you can just change it at any time. Like when it's time to change it, you can do whatever you want. Nothing's holding you here other than routine and habit. So yeah, that's kind of the unique perspective I have on why I had a problem with it, is not because it's awesome and that it's affordable and accessible to people, but that I think that they probably didn't change the trajectory of the game, and thus I couldn't help but think of the enormous amount of money they left on the table, and I want them to have it. But I guess the second best thing, or the best thing ultimately, is for you to keep it. And I will gladly buy it and store it away. I'm not going to get to it anytime soon, probably, because there are just too many things to play. But people are already at it. I saw it was trending earlier on X, so obviously it's got a lot of global attention. And I think it was something at like 500,000 concurrents already on Steam.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're right about, like, it's so funny. Just based on the Steam players, that's like $10 million in gross revenue from the people that are just playing it right now on Steam.
All right.
Insane. Like no one's even home from work yet. It's
right. No, it's I don't know, man. They're set.
They are.
And it's smart of them because, like, anecdotally, it did kind of move the needle for me because I still haven't even. I have the first Hollow Knight. I still haven't beaten it. I don't even think I've really gotten that far into it. But this was one that I was curious about, but depending on the price point, I would have had no issue skipping. So it's at least got one.
I should be clear, because you're right. Obviously, move the needle for you, and there's probably a lot of.
I know what you mean in money's made. I know what you're saying.
Well, it should be. I should to clarify the formula for people. It's that and this is unquantifiable, by the way, but I don't believe that it would have sold more copies based on a cheaper price point than would have been made on copies sold at $30.
Right.
Yeah. So. Sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's an awesome thing. For people overseas, it's $19.99 in euros as well, and $2,300 in the declining Japanese yen as they become more unpegged. From the USD. So congratulations to Hollow Knight. We had a question about this, but I didn't even read it. Mark Burns, sorry. I wanted to see what you guys thought of this. Nielsen Chapman wrote in, said, "What's up, fellas? Capcom president Haruhiro Sugimoto stated the PS5 high price point is affecting Monster Hunter Wilds game sales, although it's probably more due to the game being poorly optimized and various other reasons. Do you think pressure from major publishers can be an effective way to nudge Sony to make the PS6 for a lower price point? Moore's Law is Dead has stated he doesn't think the highest level PS6 will be more expensive than PS5 and has mentioned a cheaper Model S style version as well. Thanks for all that you do. This is becoming more in focus based on a recent story here. So Nikkei, the Japanese newspaper in Japanese, interviewed, as was said, Capcom's president. And this is relayed by Automaton Media, who often translates Japanese media for us to use here in the West. They write, PS5 steep price, a barrier for potential Monster Hunter Wild players, Capcom's president says. And they say here, quote, while initial sales of Monster Hunter Wilds were strong, topping 10 million copies in the first month of release. I mean, that's really strong. Subsequent sales figures have been less than ideal for Capcom. Some attribute this to the game's lack of content or poor reviews, but Capcom president Haruhiro Sugimoto says the cost of the PlayStation 5 is one of the sources of the problem. In an interview with Nikkei Gaming, Sugimoto revealed that Capcom considered the PlayStation 5 as Monster Hunter Wilds' main platform when estimating the game's initial sales figures, but accounting for the console, accessories, and monthly subscriptions like PlayStation Plus, the cost for a PS5 amounts to about 100,000 Japanese yen, roughly $677. Add in Monster Hunter Wild's $70 USD price tag, and some people would rather pay for older, more complete entries, such as Monster Hunter World, which sells for as low as $9.89 USD, and Monster Hunter Rise, $9.99 USD, than buy a new console for a game with currently less content. Considering many gamers are young and don't have sources of income, Sugimoto admits the cost of entry to play Monster Hunter Wilds on PS5 is rather steep. Dustin, I'm curious what you think of this. Some people are saying this is excuse making and trying to find some sort of way to defray the blame from yourself. Because as I understand, and you're a Monster Hunter person, so you would have more information on this than me, is that the game did sell well and was strongly received, but there just is nothing to do in it. And I guess it's not running well maybe in some places. And so it's kind of falling off and people are going back to the old versions of this. This is obviously not ideal for Capcom, but it also is weird to me, Dustin, that they would blame Sony. Like, that just seems like a bold thing. Not that it really matters. They need each other. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of copium going on from him. It is true that from my anecdotal evidence and talking to people that live in Japan, different listeners, and seeing online that it's like, yeah, it is pretty expensive to have a PlayStation 5 and all this other stuff. And I could see that being a barrier to the point where even Nintendo has released a Japanese only version of the Switch 2 that is significantly cheaper just for that market. And it has like restrictions in it that you can't change the language. So it really is supposed to be a Japan only Switch 2. So there is some truth there. But I do think that just Monster Hunter Wilds has not had the legs that they would hope for. I haven't really kept up with. I know they've added new updates and things like that, but nothing has been as that much of a breakthrough to convince me and the guys I play with to jump back in and check it out. And you are right. A big stickler for me, not really relatable to most people on this podcast, but the PC performance has been dog shit since the game came out, and we dealt with it, and it has not gotten better. They've added plenty of bikini skins for the hot blacksmith, and we appreciate that.
You gotta let them oink.
You gotta let them oink here and there. But what's more sexy? PC good performance.
60 frames.
60 frames, a consistent 60 or consistent frame rates in general. It doesn't even need to be higher than 60. It just needs to be consistent. And it's just been, it wasn't good back then. And I've seen people still I think it's on Steam that their reviews are still pretty mixed. And also the other thing too about crying about how it's not selling that great. It's like, dude, 10 million copies.
Yeah, at full price.
Yeah,
well, is it still maybe not now? Maybe once we get updated stats with like the NCA game, but it was the best selling game this year since it came out, really. So
I mean, yeah,
enough the copium,
get real.
Enough the crying, fix the performance, take care of those essentials first.
Right. Where are you on this, Chris? Dustin said something kind of poignant last week, as I recall, which was we're not yet at the top. Like, people have a tolerance still for these expensive consoles. There will be a point where you can't go any further. Maybe we're there in some markets. I don't know. Japan seems like it might be a little stubborn. They're also more into mobile gaming and handheld gaming there. So
yeah. I mean, I don't really know what to make of this. I remember trying both Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds, and I just didn't like either of them at all. So as far as like their performance, I don't know. I don't remember having any like issues with it when I was running it, but I only played it for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. So like it means nothing to me. But as far as passing the buck to Sony, I think it's clearly just cope, really. Like they don't have a game that says well received as their last one, and that's fine. That happens. But you still sold a shit ton. Like, what do you? I don't know. It seems like a weird thing to do.
Yeah,
in general, a weird statement to make.
I also feel like I get their perspective simply from the point of view of we don't have I guess we could, but we don't really have the luxury to raise prices.
Right.
Like you guys have raised prices, and obviously the situations are different, but everything's becoming more expensive, but we're more constrained and we're doing the best we can, I guess. It's so I understand from some perspective. I just think it is weird to throw your like partner under the bus like that. And after Sony gets their cut, or the other platform holders get their cut of Monster Hunter Wild, Capcom made $500 million already on the game. Get real. There are bigger fish to fry than this. And there's bigger... and let's see here. Actually, since we're talking about Capcom, let me stick with this. I put it further into the thing, but I just thought this was funny. I put this in our Discord chat, actually, when it happened, but I've been talking about how there's this theory that Pragmata, the upcoming Capcom game that looks fucking sick, is a Mega Man game, or a secret Mega Man game, mostly because the little girl she has a fucking Mega Man arm buster. I mean, it's obviously wasn't going to be a thing, or probably wasn't a thing, but I thought that was weird and worth asking. It's even the same color, right? So you're kind of begging people. It's impossible for me to believe that no one internally was like, that's Mega Man's arm buster. It's not like it's another company doing it and unintentionally doing it. But anyway, they confirmed that it is not the case. Pragmata's producer Naoto Oyama talked to VGC, our friends over at Video Games Chronicle, and they were asked about whether Pragmata is a Mega Man game in some way. And the producer apparently laughed and said, quote, "Pragmata is not a Mega Man game. It is a completely new game from Capcom. I was actually one of the producers on the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection as well, so I'm happy to see people who love Mega Man are passionate about Pragmata too. From my standpoint, it's nice to see people being so positive about it." So, dreams crushed, although not really. I truly believe we'll see Mega Man soon. In the next year or so, he'll reemerge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have no inside information about that at all. I just think it's time. I think they know. We're getting Onimusha, for Christ's sake, and that's awesome. It's like, come on, man. Mega Man's one of the biggest things they do. Or at least one of the most storied things that they do. These days, it's more like Monster Hunter and things of that nature, I understand. But Mega Man has potential. They know it. And
you sound like me with Splinter Cell.
Right. You're right.
Any day now.
You're right. They did do that. We reported on it, I want to say last year, Chris, that they did that because I participated in it, where they did that survey with fans. Like, fans were invited, if they were Capcom fans, to like do this like lengthy survey and they released some of the information, and Mega Man was, I think, number 2. So it's like, you don't ignore that. I would hope you wouldn't ignore that. Maybe they would. All right. I wanted to know what you thought of this. So we were talking about consoles becoming too expensive, and there are two stories we can talk about really at the same time that indicate that maybe people are just continuing to stick around with these old platforms. And we were kind of, I don't know if you guys remember, I'm sure you do, in recent weeks, we were noting how games are starting to finally move on, right? Genshin Impact is leaving PS4. PUBG is leaving PS4. So maybe there was some behind the scenes shoving of people away and being like, let's kind of like get over these platforms. But now the exact opposite is happening. The first, and the first is that Marvel Rivals is coming to PlayStation 4. Something is rising, and it's not the Shield Hero wrote in and said, hey boys, what do you make of Marvel Rivals getting a PS4 port? I thought we were finally moving to current gen only games. Do you think this is just a one-off, or is it a move, or is the move to current gen not as far reaching as we hoped? I don't know, because there's another rumor, which is, this is a Dusk Golem, the famous Resident Evil leaker that is right about many, many things, has said that, as he understands, he said this on X in response to some people there, Resident Evil Requiem will come to PS4. I'm like, what? What are we doing here? Dustin, what's happening? Are we leaving the PS4 behind, or aren't we?
Well, I think in the case of Rivals, a game like that is highly stylized, it's a live service game, it's a Marvel game, there's still a large player base on PlayStation 4. If it runs well, why not put it on there? I'm sure there are tons of younger kids, or Colin, you mentioned your nephew's roommate who still plays on PS4.
Yeah, they don't care. There's a lot of people that don't care. They just they want to play what they have.
I think that makes complete sense. For Requiem, it's a little different in that I'm reading this thing now because it said, unsure if it'll be at launch. My guess it'll be a different version with different tech, sort of like the 360, PS3, and Wii PS2 era, since some features of Requiem, like ray tracing, are forced on modern platforms. So the one thing that gives me confidence, if that's true, it's not like they're designing for PlayStation 4 and then they're going to soup it up for PlayStation 5. It sounds like this game is being designed for current gen, and they see a possibility to downgrade it to run on PlayStation 4. So if that's the case and they see potential in releasing it there too, then I guess more power to them. But I guess I'm just surprised that if there's someone that's really interested in playing the most modern new Resident Evil game at this point in the generation, it's like, bro, just go get yourself a PlayStation 5. At this point, go down to the corner store.
Yeah.
You know?
The general store.
Yeah.
The general store.
Go to the deli and buy a PlayStation.
Yeah. The bodega with a concrete blob in front of it.
The bodega. Getting a PlayStation for a bodega is insane. I think, I don't know. I wonder if part of me feels like this can't be possible because it feels like things don't work this quickly but like, I wonder if, the push was to move forward, but then the economic reality kind of set in of just like, okay, well now the PS5 is more expensive than it was on launch. Which is a bigger barrier from previous people who are stuck on previous generations moving forward than there even was at the start when it was cheaper, and they still didn't go when it was cheaper. You know what I mean? So like, I wonder if this is like somewhat of a reaction to that. Like maybe like, well, now that the machine is more expensive than it was on launch, like maybe we should actually look into maybe demaking some of these to meet people where they're at, so that way we can still, at the very least, reach these players who are still very active and ultimately who, well, like you mentioned earlier, just kind of don't care about like the performance benefits of playing on modern hardware. Like, I wonder if that's at all part of the equation. But I think really the main part of the equation is just the fact that there's so many people on PS4 and they're just looking. I mean, like you said earlier, Colin, like they look at it as like, oh, we're leaving a lot of money on the table.
Yeah. I'm interested in the coming and going, I guess.
Right.
And like, you're right in that, well, there must be a reason. It's probably a technical reason. Like at some point you have to look at it and be like, what are we earning from this platform? Can we leave it behind, and will it make it easier for us? We're obviously leaving money on the table, but what do we gain in return from just removing the PS4? Better fidelity on the other platforms, fewer things to update, fewer packages to update. It's just funny to see companies concurrently in the space, all successful, making different decisions. And the level of, obviously they all have their own telemetry, and there's probably different, I would assume substantially different behavior between a Genshin Impact player, a Marvel Rivals player, a PUBG player, what they're looking for. Like PUBG, you would assume, for instance, that strikes me as a game that's more hardcore and that a person would be more likely to have good hardware. I don't know if that's fair or not, but that's my gut. Marvel Rivals seems like a much more modest game that probably courts people that have older hardware.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Marvel Rivals wasn't on PS4. It just kind of feels like it doesn't feel like a game that I couldn't imagine that from. I wonder if, because it should be noted that a lot of the games that we're talking about that have moved forward are specifically multiplayer games, like live service games that get an influx of money kind of on a daily basis anyway. So maybe they look at previous generations as like, well, this is actually kind of a bottleneck, and we can't really do what a single player game does and have two separate SKUs because that splits the player base, and it's a bit of a headache. Let's just dedicate our time to the next generation, move on. We'll still be making a lot of money every single day from this. We can cut that out. Whereas like a single player game kind of has to make a case for itself. It's more bespoke. It's not consistently generating revenue. And so any way to expand that is probably going to be a little bit more worth it than it would be for a live service game that's making money hand over fist every single day. And there's also the fact that like a lot of these live service games are also on mobile, which I feel like is probably like a way bigger portion of the pie than just PS4 or like Xbox One is. So that plays probably into it as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's way better to have this where we're targeting next generation, but we're considering, how to demake something as opposed to targeting the previous generation, then upraising it to like, 60 frames or whatever. Like I prefer this way of doing it, but it is still kind of annoying that we just won't move on.
Well, I'm gonna continue to track these comings and goings. By the way, I could not find the press release that announced Marvel Rival is coming to PS4. I just see people reporting on it. Gamatsu reported on it. I totally believe them, but I couldn't find the source, because there's even a new press release that was published recently that had like more details for it was the day that the PS4 port was announced. There's like more details for season 4 or whatever, but I was like, where was this even announced? It must have been on like a stream or something, and I missed it. But I believe the sources. Finally, we have a new Lara Croft being played by Sophie Turner of Game of Thrones fame. I like the casting. That works for me. The series adaptation of the video game franchise, this is according to Variety, is officially set to begin production on January 19th, 2026. In addition, Amazon MGM Studios has confirmed for the first time that Sophie Turner will star in the series as Lara Croft. It was greenlit back in 2024. What was her character's name in I can't remember. She was married to Sansa. That's right. Sansa. You have to say it like the Littlefinger or whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh, yeah.
Sansa. He had like that kind of thing going on with his voice. That show was great.
He had a couple things going on.
He was that was a great show. Drake Hindhorst wrote in, said, "Hey gents, this question is for Chris. I understand Hollywood is pretty secretive, so you may have had to sign an NDA, but can you confirm if Sophie Turner has contacted you for advice on playing Lara Croft? I would like her to make her own creative decisions, but hope that she can at least subtly reference the impact you have had on the character."
Yeah, Sophie Turner and I go way back. She was on some show that I didn't watch. I don't know. It was probably fine. But I always forget that this happened to us. And then like I'll remember it in the middle of the day and I'll smile. It's such a ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to be true. That somebody a bunch of lawyers had to sit and watch that.
Yeah, it's awesome. They're getting paid like thousands of dollars an hour.
Yeah, somebody had to write a check, lose money watching our amazing rendition.
Do you have any advice for her?
Yeah, man. I just find that clip of us doing it and just copy me exactly, and you'll be golden. I think.
Right.
What better advice could I give, really?
All right. We're back from our little break. It's time for what we're playing. Looking at the games this week, I think it makes most sense to start with you, Dustin, and then go from there. So take it away.
I've been in a weird in-between spot where I've been waiting for literally today for new games to come out, both Hollow Knight, of course, and Hell Is Us. I believe I'm going to get the new Everybody's Golf. So I've been filling in with a bunch of random small stuff. First of all, Kirby in the Forgotten Land, there was a $20 expansion plus Switch 2 upgrade. I never finished this game on Switch 1. So I was playing that earlier in the week, and it's boring. I can't get over how bored I am when I play it. I want to love this game. It's so cute, Kirby's so cute. He does the mouthful mode where you just get a big old mouthful of different things.
Oh my God, Kirby could suck a fucking golf ball through a garden hose, man.
Yeah, just right. The chrome off a trailer hitch, one might say.
Right.
One might say.
And he's face fuckable.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I mean, he probably has the right texture. He's squishy.
Right.
So he's soft.
There's a lot of pleasure, a lot of potential pleasure here.
Sure.
Anyway, go on. Please go on.
Yeah, and it's not a bad game at all. I've been hoping as I've been replaying the section that I already played that I would be like, oh yeah, really click for me. But it's just not in depth enough. It's cool. Maybe I'll finish it. Maybe I won't. Now that these games are out, I was hoping that this second round would get me into it, but it hasn't. I also played another weird little game called The Exit 8. I think this game, let me check. When I bought it, it was on sale for $3. At least on Steam right now, it's $2.79. This is not a very long game. In fact, you'll probably beat it in one sitting. This game is pretty cool, and I recommend it just for a unique, interesting experience. It's going to be hard for me to talk about without spoiling it. This is a game that's very much based on the liminal space, backrooms,
I do know
type
this
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it takes place in a Japanese subway hallway. And it's very cool. It's unique. I don't want to get into too much about it. It's one of those games that there aren't jump scares in it, but it feels deeply unsettling as you play it. And so if you like something a little creepy, if you like backrooms, liminal spaces, this is worth, dude, for the $2 to play it, or $2 or $3, whatever, to get this experience. Highly recommend it. But I'm just going to leave it at that. I believe they made a Japanese film that's doing the festival circuit right now. But yeah, even on the Steam page, it says your playtime is somewhere between 15 and 60 minutes. My playtime was probably closer to 60 minutes. So you want a neat little unique experience, recommend checking it out for a one sitting playthrough. Last but not least, and I alluded to this to you guys last night when we were recording. The other day, Brandon asked me to play No Man's Sky with him. So I installed it on PC because there's these updates, and I started playing it, and I'm like, I can't commit to this. It's wanting me to build something to refine space materials and all this stuff. I'm like, I promise you, Brandon, I can't commit to this game right now with all these games coming out. So once some of the other guys started to get online, it was like, well, what do we all play? I was like, you know what? I want to check out this game that came out a few years ago now, but I've been hearing more and more about from YouTubers and stuff, and that's The Finals. And I played a tiny bit of The Finals when it came out, but I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood or whatever, but we decided to check it out. This game fucking rules. And I am shocked that it is not one of the biggest free-to-play live service games available. I think I looked, there was only 20,000 concurrents on Steam, which is still pretty good. It's maintaining. But the main thing about this game, and the ironic part, is that I haven't even been playing the core mode that is the most unique part. I believe it's called Cash Out. And so it's not a battle royale. It's not an extraction shooter. They made their own game mode that involves picking up cash, depositing it in these different receptacles. I can't remember. I
think it's vaults or something.
Vaults, right. And it all sounds really cool, but the only problem is we usually have more than 3 players. So the 2 modes we've been playing there's a mode that's very traditional search and destroy from Call of Duty. That's like once you die, you're out for the round. So it's pretty intense at points. The mode we've been playing is basically a King of the Hill mode, but it's a platform. So the platform starts in the center of the map. And when your team is on it, it slowly starts to move towards your base. And so the goal is either to be more on your side by the time limit or to get it fully over to your base. And this platform, what's so awesome about it, one of the big things with the finals being that the developers are ex-DICE developers, is that the destruction in this game is incredible. The destruction in this game is better than Battlefield 6, and Battlefield 6 isn't even out yet. That's DICE proper.
Yeah.
The platform itself will just crash through buildings while you're standing on it, and it just does not give a fuck at all. You're crashing through buildings. The debris is falling on you. But the main thing that I'll just write home about the finals and why I'm so shocked by it is that there are so many different ways to play this game, and it's so refreshing from a first-person shooter multiplayer aspect that I'm really getting into. So there's no heroes in this game. You can play as a light, a medium, or a heavy. And so each one of those classes, they have some shared weapons and different equipment that you can bring in. But it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, where the light moves super fast and they have high movement abilities where they have like a grapple hook, or they can do this thing where they blink around, but they are really squishy. They are really easy to kill, but their weapons do the most damage. The medium, of course, is kind of in the middle. They are not as fast, but they're also not as slow as the heavy. And they're more focused on support for your team. So they have like a healing beam, kind of like Overwatch, Mercy. They have different ways to revive. It has like a defibrillator. And then the heavy, of course, has like a minigun that you can use, but they're also very slow. They're also very tanky, so they have the most amount of health. But the different ways that you can kit out your character and the different equipment, I've been playing a lot of the medium, so I have like the support beam or a turret, but you can also have like jump pads, because sometimes that platform that you're trying to get on is like too high to reach. So it's like you have to figure out creative ways to get up there in order to try to take over the hill or whatever you want to call it. So I'm just shocked by how immediately I was like, whoa, this game, the destruction is so cool. It feels so refreshing in that I'm not picking between preset heroes or whatever. I'm just, I'm pretty shocked by it. And someone pointed out to me that their next game, what is it called, Chris? The extraction shooter.
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders. I went and was watching some gameplay of Arc Raiders, like, oh boy, I am very sad I missed out on this beta, but this also looks like it's going to be awesome. So oftentimes I am, when I'm checking out new games, I feel like there's nothing new. And while there's plenty of games I enjoy that, even if it's the same experience, it can feel a little bland. But I was just so surprised that with the finals that I had written it off for the last 2 years as like another live service shooter game. And then when I played, I was like, holy shit, why isn't this the big game right now? So if you're looking for something fresh, you like multiplayer first person shooters, and you got a crew to play with, highly, highly recommend it. And I haven't played the main mode yet. That's the most ironic part. There's just always too many people, and you can only do 3 players to do that mode.
It's all really fun, man. Like I thought because I can't remember. I must have played it like early, because I know I talked about it on Sacred, but it must have been like it was definitely before they had the King of the Hill thing in it. And I think it was just the cash out mode, and I think maybe like one other thing. But like, and I think when I played it, the heavies were like really broken. Like it was they were like impossible to kill. But the finals is great. Like it is. that gunplay feels great. The destruction is insane. It's such a chaotic. It got such a good. What I love about it too is it's very readable. Like it's not. It doesn't have the battlefield issue, which is like, like things look so realistic that like it kind of people get lost in the detail. Like it's a very clean looking game, but it doesn't fall into cartoonishness necessarily. It's the finals.
Some of those developers that worked at DICE, I think they also worked on Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
And it shows in the environmental design.
It feels like a Battlefield kind of Mirror's Edge mix, and it's good shit, man. I got to get back. You reminded me that I liked it. I got to jump on it again.
Yeah,
so good.
Sometime maybe we'll do a stream or something, but I need to play the cash out mode because apparently that's like the real sauce of the game that gets really cool. Where the one ability on the medium, I don't think is even accessible in the King of the Hill mode, where you can like despawn parts of the like different walls and stuff and then re-enable it. So if you like, you can basically make the floor disappear if you think there's an enemy above you and do all kinds of wacky shit. And I'm like, man, this is so cool. There's so many different ways to kit out a character and play.
Yeah. It's a cool, how I remember that main mode. That main mode is really fun because it's like, you bring a bunch of money to like a vault and then you kind of have to stay in the circle and wait for it to complete. And then it like gets points for your team. But if you get it like 95% of the way there, or at least this is how it was when I played it. If you get it 95% of the way there and somebody kills you and jumps in, they could just take over that 5% for their team. And then you've just basically, and it's, and sometimes they put the vault in like an elevator that's going up and down and you could just blow everything up around. It's awesome shit, man. The finals is great. And Bark is a really good, like, Arc Raiders too is like a really good, I don't know if I would, it's an extraction shooter, and I don't know how I feel about hardcore extraction shooters in third person. I feel like it would be hard for me to get into that, but it felt really good to play, like to move around, and it looked gorgeous.
Arc Raiders is releasing October 30th.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah,
oh no. Is that going to be free to play, or is that
No, that's paid, I think.
I mean, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll buy it.
I don't know exactly. I think it's probably like I would imagine like a $30. I can't remember how much
on Steam it just says it says add to your wish list. There's no price, I don't think, yet. So
yeah, I would guess around like maybe 50. Max.
On Wikipedia it says will be available for purchase for $40.
$40
on release.
Yeah, there you go.
Easy.
Helldiver's price.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking here. I thought this was interesting because you were talking about the player numbers. While you were talking, I was looking at the player numbers on SteamDB. And the numbers are like supernaturally flat for like a year. It's really interesting. And then like they do seem to have like a slowly growing player base, actually. That's kind of not bucking the trend too much. But so for instance, the game came out in late 2023. March 2025. So these are in thousands. So 27.2. April was 24. May was 19.8. June was 28.9. July was 19.5. And then August, 25.9.
Yeah.
New season out. I think season 7 came out June 12th, it looks like. So I don't know. I that's a good sign for them.
Yeah.
Because they're obviously playing. There's probably tens of thousands of people on Xbox and PlayStation as well. So
3 weeks ago, and this is actually the reason why I thought about playing again. And it's not that I watch this guy all the time, but I do sometimes. Chris, I think, has met him before. Moist Critical.
Yeah.
Did a video about why the finals is like one of the best games available right now. And I thought, maybe. I'll give it a shot, though. And so, dude, with someone with his audience, he has the ability to influence people that it's like, that could create a snowball effect that people are like, oh, that game was good. Maybe I'll go back and check it out. And now that it's not, it's has way more content. Maybe there's not as much broken shit in the game. That could really be a huge boost. And maybe Dustin Furman on Sacred Symbols can create the snowball effect.
The requisite energy.
I can push it the rest of the way up the
commercial energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, possible. Anything's possible.
Maybe.
They benefit. These games benefit from us talking about them. Not hugely, probably, but there's some benefit to it. All right. Chris, let's go over to you. It says here you're playing Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. I even like that you put the Delta sign in there. You know the alt number pad code for that? Or do you go and
No,
copy
I wanted to be cute, so I just Googled it and then
Nice.
copy pasted it.
Nice. Love that. What do you think?
Yeah, man. So I finished it last night. Really, really, really late. By the way, it was irresponsible for me to be up that late playing. But I was right at the end, and I was like, I just wanted to get it done. And then I was even stupider because I realized like, oh, I haven't even touched this Ape Escape mode. And so I spent some time playing that, and I really like it. But I enjoyed it, man. Like I still ultimately feel like Metal Gear Solid 2 is my favorite of these original games, but like Metal Gear Solid 3, the changes that they made here were welcome. And I played in the new style just because, I mean, it's a new game. I might as well. I think there's a trophy for starting it in both styles. I think I'm probably going to replay it maybe in Legacy style just to see what that feels like. But I think it's a really good looking game. It's really faithful to the original. I think it's a great story, great characters, great music, great atmosphere, great level design. Like I love stealth games, so like this is an easy mark for me. And I would say my experience with it was pretty positive. There are sections towards the end where I start to feel like the controls get a little fucky, or like there's certain game design mechanics where I'm just like, or like certain design decisions that I'm like, why'd you do this? Like, why are you making me? Why is there like a flimsy escort mission at the end of this thing that kind of feels really
yeah.
But that's a problem with the original game. Whatever.
Eva and her Allegheny hogs need to be escorted.
Yeah, I thoroughly hated that. I was like, oh man, almost perfect. But I would say really the only blemish that I have on it is, you know, there's write-ins about this where there are performance issues. And while I did notice them, and sometimes they were kind of egregious, because Metal Gear Solid is such a slow game, it's not something like the Finals or Doom or, you know, something where that would bother me a lot more. It's more plotting. Like you spend a lot of time like crouching in tall grass and like waiting for enemies to walk past you in the right way. So like, while I noticed that those performance issues were there, and I think in many ways that's kind of unacceptable, especially for, you know, a full price remake of a game that is, you know, really, really faithful to the original, to the point where like there's an argument to be made. It's like, well, why isn't this running better if this is ultimately a PS2 game? You know, despite that, I really had a good time with it. I think it's great. I think those original Metal Gear games are fantastic, and being able to experience it at like high fidelity and, you know, looking that good, especially cutscenes, like, man, some of these scenes look really fucking gorgeous. And yeah, I was really into it. I loved it.
Awesome. I'm curious about this, and I'll read this. This is especially for you, Dustin. Golden Goose wrote in and said, "Hello, gentlemen. I can stay quiet no longer. What are we talking about when it comes to PS5 Pro's performance around Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta? I've played the game twice now on Pro and have had 0 frame drops and 0 performance issues. Leading up to early release, I feared for how bad this game would run, only to have no issues and have a great time. This feels like one of the many in a long line of games I've been told play worse but end up being just fine. Am I the problem, or are people just looking for the next thing to complain about in the gaming sphere? Thanks for taking the time. I'll shut up and listen." Dustin?
God bless you, Golden Goose. Because you have been blessed, truly, that the fact that you said I have 0 performance issues. Factually, that is not true.
Right.
I can promise you, factually, it is not true. But like I said, you have been blessed in the fact that if you played this game and you thought that you had 0 performance issues, I would rather be you than be me or any of the other people that are looking at this and can be like, ugh, that frame rate is all over the place. So is the problem you? No. You are wrong. You are factually wrong. But again, I would rather, it'd be so much easier to not care about these things or even notice them. That's actually the ultimate thing. To not notice and to not care, golden combo there.
Yeah.
So yeah, just be happy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It would be preferable because I do notice it. It's hard not to notice. Like there's certain parts where it's just like, especially like I notice it especially and in the faster parts. where like there's a chase scene towards the end when you're doing a big final boss fight on the back of a motorcycle. And that was when I noticed it the most. I was like, damn, dude, like this is pretty egregious. And it depends too on like how much it's exploding around you. But generally it is a stealth game. So I didn't mind it too much, but like, man, I do find it kind of unacceptable that it's like, it's a $70 remake of a PS2 game. Like, how is this not, this should be fucking flawless. And I know it's an Unreal issue, like whatever. What a shame that that's the case, but not every Unreal Engine game feels this. Like, it's on par with Oblivion in some ways, but Oblivion at the very least is like a budget title in comparison. Like, it's not full $70, so like there's like at least some leeway there. I don't know. I feel complicated feelings about this. I think the game itself is brilliant and fantastic, but
I've seen quite a few comments like this, both in our circles, and I think it was on my YouTube video. Someone was like, well, I'm playing on a 4070, and I didn't even notice any. I didn't get a single stutter. I'm like, no, you didn't. Like, or yes, you did. You did get a stutter. You just didn't notice it. Like, factually, I am positive there is no one playing this game on PC that doesn't have a stutter. You can throw a multi-$1,000 graphics card with a 5090 on it. It's still going to be a stutter. The fact it's whether or not you notice or care.
Right.
Stuttering is the ultimate sin to me. I would rather a game have mixed frame rate as long as it's not like hard hitching between different environments. And that's like the problem. Apparently Chronos on PC also has that. But again, Unreal Engine 5, baby.
I will say, and it's no disrespect to Digital Foundry specifically, they do a great service. They, work hard and people really love what their stuff. But I do feel like it dictates the terms of the way people talk about games. And I do think that Golden Goose is right in the sense that what is literally, and you're saying this is like, what is literally true is often not figuratively true to the person's experience. And things are kind of being poisoned because it makes it seem like things are unplayable or unbearable or whatever. And it's not the case. Like, you're right. There must be literal problems with Metal Gear Solid 3 or Metal Gear Solid Delta on PS5 Pro, but I do not know what you're talking about. Like, I personally, like, I'm like, this is a PS2 game. It's a more beautiful version of it. It plays so much better than the original one, but it also is a slow and plodding game, generally speaking. And so I speak from personal experience where I'm like, I went in kind of, cringing a little bit. Like, is this going to be really bad or something? Am I stupid for playing this right now? Am I stupid for paying the $10 to get early access to it? And the answer is no. Like, and I'm sorry for people that didn't get to experience it or sooner because of that. But maybe some people will be sensitive to those things. I just wasn't. So it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I'm sure these things are literally happening.
Well, yeah. Well, there is also the argument too to be made that like anytime that they get this game in the future, it will be cheaper and better technically. So they're not really missing out, especially because it is an old game. Like, you actually kind of don't miss out on anything by waiting for them to fix this and waiting for the game to get cheaper. It is
pound for pound the same game. So there's nothing new in it at all.
There's like nothing to warrant like being like bummed out about not like there's astrobots added into the Ape Escape thing.
Oh, cool.
Which is like, it's cute, but it's not like, that's not going to be like, oh man, I gotta see what this is.
They removed some of the glitches and things like that and things that people used to take advantage of on speedruns, I know. But yeah, it's a very faithful remake. So you're right in the sense, Chris, that you just be patient. It's true with everything, really. If you have patience,
right, you'll
get it for cheaper and you'll get like the perfect version of it or the most perfect version of it. Go ahead.
One thing I did want to ask you, Colin, like, do you feel like, look, it's a great game, $70. It's a remake of a PS2. Like, do you feel like that? Like, what do you feel about the price of it?
Yeah.
Like, do you feel
so
like $70
was it 70?
I feel
is
like
that right?
I feel like I
can verify.
Yeah, go ahead. I just want to make, because I paid whatever it was. I paid $10 more because I got the early access or whatever.
It is
70. It's
70 on Steam.
70. So I paid 80, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's 75 with tax. Obviously.
Right. But yeah, maybe a little egregious. 60 would have maybe been a more appropriate price, especially considering it's not pushing the bounds of anything, and it's not even a Dead Space level remake where they really changed a few fundamental things about it and added some stuff to it, but it's generally faithful. Like this was a real this is what I want Blue Point to be doing. Like it's just making super faithful remakes that just modernize games. I will say though, and this gets, I don't want to get too deep into my experience from here because we're going to do, me, you, and I think Gene, right, are going to do the spoiler cast next week. So that will publish on Sacred Symbols Plus on Patreon next week for people that are curious about us getting really deep into it. But I appreciate this game in a way that I never did before. And I always, I should say, it's not true that I always did. When I first played this game, I didn't like it on PS2. And I'm like, eh. And then I didn't beat it until 2021. And I really liked it. I liked the story. I liked the characters, but it's still an old PS2 Metal Gear game where you have to struggle with the controls and fight the controls and all the rest. And it's funny that you were saying playing in the traditional mode. I did try to play it just to see what would happen. I'm like, I can't do this. Like 10 minutes in, I'm like, I can't play this. This is crazy. That anyone would want to play this game like this now that you can play it the other way. So I had an interesting experience with it because I'm a big fan of Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2. And famously, those games have very deep modes where you can play it on a hard difficulty and you can like shake down all of the soldiers for their dog tags. And there's like this really intricate way of playing it that I never bothered to play it before because it was just too hard to struggle with the controls. It was like, I'll play it on normal. I'll enjoy it. And I did. I loved those games and I played them both many times. But I never did like the deep... Back before trophies, what people used to do was make like a complete save file, remember? And then they would they would share them online and stuff. And that would be like the way that you proved that you did it. And I knew people that had those saves. It was like on Metal Gear Solid 2, for instance, like all the dog tags and you beat it without killing anyone. But I just never did it. And because Delta controls in its new control scheme, in my opinion, so well, or at least so much better, and it's so much more playable, I played the fuck out of this game in a way that I never played a Metal Gear game before and came out with it where I'm like, damn, this game is so clever and so deep that it's crazy. You would never know it, or I would have never known it had I not played no kill runs, had I not done a Foxhound run, which is basically like a flawless run where you're never even seen by anyone. There's no alerts, no continues, right? And the things that you can do, and all of the little intricacies of it, like where it's like, you can do that? Or that's a good idea here, or why does that work? And there's like a million secrets to it and subtleties. And it's so unnecessary because most people definitely don't see any of it. But it's so cool. And it's to your point, because I love MGS2 especially, but MGS1 is obviously classic. And there is a remake of MGS1 on GameCube, and it's good. But in my opinion, some people don't like it. But this makes me long to get MGS2, especially in this format. Because if you can play MGS2 with proper controls, then I'll get to see that game in a game I'm much more in love with in an intimate way that I never really did before. And so it kind of teased out a potential future of going back and fixing those games in some way. Metal Gear Solid has never been more playable than it is in this package, in my opinion. It actually makes the game somewhat easier because you can really feel the controls this time. But I beat the game twice. I did a normal no-kill run, like normal difficulty no-kill run. And I did that blind. Like I was just like, I'm going to play it. I remember like what to do. I had like a little guide to tell you like, in this map, keep an eye out for this trophy. You can do this trophy here or whatever. And then I was like, all right, I was going to leave it there because I was like, I don't think I'm talented enough to do a Foxhound run. Foxhound is you have to play it on extreme, which is very hard. And you can't kill anyone and you can't be seen. It sounds like literally impossible. When I was reading it, I'm like, I can't do that. And I was going to move on. And then I'm like, you know what? Let me try. And I looked up a little guide that kind of guides you along and tells you when to keep an eye out for things or whatever, some good tips, to try this here and this here. And I had a blast. It was awesome. It was really hard. There were a couple boss fights, specifically the boss fight with the pain was really annoying in this mode. But I figured it out and, got through all the bosses, didn't raise any alarms, and when I raised an alarm, I just reset the checkpoint. And I did it and I ended up platinuming the game. It's my platinum number 189. It's a rare platinum right now. I think it'll become more common as people have more time to play it. And I really, I always like, since I beat it and really saw it for what it was, I've liked it and I've not loved the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I really appreciate it now and respect it because it's a thorough production and an impressive piece of game design. And I highly recommend it. I really do. I highly recommend it. I love the villains. I love the story. I love how fucking weird it is. And there's something I was saying this to Mike is like, this isn't really spoiling anything because it's just about the who the bad guys are. They're called the Cobra unit. And what's cool about them is that they all fought in World War II in the story. And were like these prominent fighters for the Allies. And you can just imagine like the pain on the battlefield with his Hornets or something, or, the Sorrow, and he's kind of like a supernaturalist or whatever. It's just neat. It's just neat how it melds Cold War, post World War II Cold War history with reality. And I love it. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Definitely one of my favorite experiences of the year, easily. And John Russell wrote in with something I can relate to. He says, "Hello, SS crew. Long time, first time writing in any show ever for anything. I wanted to ask if any of you can recall a traumatic or devastating gaming situation. For example, I had been on a Foxhound run for MGS3 Delta, and I got to the fear and quickly got worried that it just wasn't going to happen. After a break, I came back to it. After 30 or so attempts, I finally do it. Cloud 9 is an understatement. Then later in the afternoon, I read that you aren't allowed to use a health pack, and I remembered using one on the pain. The pain was a pain for me too, just less so. Just complete devastation. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for being such a dumbass. I've loaded up a save at the pain, and I haven't gone back yet, but he's there, lying in wait. Would love to hear from you all what comes to mind. Cheers." So there's a way, and I can relate to this because there's a way in Metal Gear Solid Delta to track all of your statistics, and I was constantly tracking them to make sure I didn't do anything stupid, where it would be like, alerts, 0, humans killed, 0, special items used, none. All those needed to stay that way, and I would constantly be checking to make sure I didn't accidentally kill anyone. And there were things I learned that I didn't know. So like, if you kill an enemy with an explosive barrel, it doesn't count. So there's a time where like it's really important that you do that.
Right.
There are certain special items like the AT camo, which basically doubles your camo and makes it so that you can basically crawl by enemies, even in extreme difficulty. Like you're just not seen. You would have to bump into them for them to see you. Little things like that allowed me to kind of get through. But I feel you, John, because I was really paranoid about that. And thankfully I didn't fuck it up. And I was so attentive and made a shit ton of saves. Because it was a real challenge to get through the Foxhound run. It was tough, real tough. The boss fights are unique because you can't kill them, so you have to incapacitate them. And just a quick shout out to the Fury, who's the coolest. Just want to say he's the fucking coolest. Love that guy. You don't get to know him at all in the game. I guess I don't want to say too much. Like, he's the villain that's like least known in the game, in my opinion, and that disappoints me a little bit because he's just he's a cosmonaut. He's like a psychotic cosmonaut. And he's so cool.
Yeah,
and the boss fights are cool. They're all clever and different and interesting. The I won't spoil it here, but the boss fight with the end is like so clever.
Yeah,
and just really, really dig it. So shout out to that game. And then I was in a space between, and this is what I was saying earlier, because I would have actually just bought Chronos and went through it if I knew there was 48 hour early access. But I was like, I have a few days to kill. And I was looking around. I was going to get Sword of the Sea. And then I was like, you know what? Let me go back actually and play RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business. This is the standalone expansion for RoboCop that came out last year or 2 years ago. Actually, it might be. From the studio Teon. Nacon is the publisher. And it's just this kind of standalone 10 chapter thing where you're RoboCop and you're going to like some tower that's in Detroit, but outside of like the jurisdiction of the police department, and it's been taken over by like these mercenaries, and you're just basically climbing from floor to floor and like eliminating all the mercenaries. And there's a story in there, and there are side quests and stuff. It's $30, which I think is a little expensive, but the game is also more robust, or the expansion is more robust than I thought it was. It's long for what it is, and I'm nowhere near done with it yet. I think it's a little story heavy, I just want to fight and kill things at this point. But it's cool. It's there for people that want to check it out. The story and the plot and the character and all of the rest. And playing the game is fun. I don't know if you guys remember me talking about it when the original RoboCop Rogue City came out, but RoboCop can't jump. He can't crouch. He can't take cover. So you kind of just have to roll through these places and be RoboCop and absorb as much damage as possible and heal yourself as you go. And there are these cool upgrade trees to make your character stronger, and multiple upgrade trees you can use one with like circuits, one with experience points. So if you were into Rogue City, it's worth checking out. I think the combat's really fun. It's fun shooting a guy's dick off in this game, which is obviously a famous RoboCop thing. And I like it. It's not the best shooter, but it was something that I wanted to check out. And it's because there was that other game, Metal Eden, that I want to check out. And that game looks fucking dope, but the trophies are apparently totally busted, so I'm not playing it yet. I probably would have gone down that route as well. So I'll get to that as well. But yeah, I bought, well, let me get into this next inquiry. Anne Clank Cyber Sage of the Singularity Apocalypse wrote in. Quite the name. It says, greetings, meat puppets. With Chronos the New Dawn and Hell Is Us sitting at about the same score on Metacritic and releasing one day after the other, which one will each of you be choosing, if either one at all? Maybe one of you will be playing that obscure bug game. I personally went with Hell Is Us, as the demo recalled games of yore that forced the player to progress by gathering clues from NPCs. Its strikingly bleak sci-fi imagery also impressed. No wonder, because the director of the game was also the art director for the Deus Ex games. Needless to say, the game got its hooks in me. Whatever you guys are playing, I hope you enjoy, and remember, when the time comes, abandon thy flesh and be reborn metal eternal. Thank you. That's very poignant. Are either of you going to play either of these games? I've decided against Hell Is Us for a specific reason. I think I might get to it in the future, but apparently it's very puzzle oriented. So what I was expecting was a game where it's like, we don't know what to do. It's actually kind of like Atomfall, where it's like, you're kind of in this world. You're not really sure what to do. You talk to people, you figure it out. But this seems like it's kind of like a puzzle game. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's going to annoy the fuck out of me, or at least require me to use a walkthrough. And it kind of defeats the purpose of that sort of game if you're doing that. So for now, I've decided against it. I'm going to go towards Chronos instead, which I think looks more like Dead Space and gets me very excited. Where are you on this, Chris? Are you going to play either of these?
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Hell Is Us. I think I'm not really a puzzle guy either, but the demo that I played was really refreshing. I mentioned it in the SS Plus that we did, but like, I just feel like it's a third-person action game that plays very distinctly. And what I mean by that is like, I feel like I play a lot of games now, especially, that are kind of designed to feel like Soulsborne games, and not necessarily in like design or, you know, how difficult things are. Like, that might be part of it. But I mean, in the moment to moment, like the way it feels to move through a battlefield, or the way it feels to fight something, feels very lifted. Like I think about like Stellar Blade or Lies of P. Like, these aren't Soulsborne games, but like you could tell that there's a profile that they're going for in the way that they feel to move through. And Hell Is Us felt very distinctly not like that. It actually felt like a 360 era kind of PS2 era action game in some ways, and by the way, in a positive way, not in like, oh, this is old and outdated, like in, oh, I haven't felt this way in a while. And the face buttons do things that I feel like face buttons haven't done in a while. I think the gadgets are really interesting. I love the idea of kind of needing to remember these conversations. Like, I like the idea of sitting with Hell Is Us with like a notepad and like writing things down. And I don't know, I'm into that. That's special and interesting. And it's the kind of thing that I always talk about wanting to see from the game space, just like different ways of interacting with worlds and different ways of designing things. And so I think I'm gonna play both of these, I think, ultimately, but like, I'm gonna go with Hell Is Us first, because I feel like there's something special there. I'm in the right mood for it. And so yeah, we'll see. But
Dustin, are you going to go in either direction here?
Yeah, I have Hell Is Us. I was just checking my Best Buy order. It says we're getting it ready to ship, which is fine because I have Hollow Knight for the next few days. But the reason I went with Hell Is Us is I played the demo. I really liked it, and that's already, a strong sign. Chronos, I think, will also be good, but I felt like it was a game that more than likely will benefit from a patch or two, just because of how Silent Hill 2 launched, it being an Unreal 5 game. And so, I just decided to go Hell Is Us. And Chronos, I definitely want to play it in the near future. It's just, there's just so much stuff going on. And so that's, like I said, the game I think that will benefit more than likely the most from patches.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, I'm going to go towards P-hole Helmet Man with this one, but I'm intrigued. I've heard good things from people that I trust about it. We'll see how it turns out. And I'm happy to give them more money and hope that this game is good and maybe something new for them that they can get their teeth into. But Hell Is Us, I want to see more. I'll be eager to hear more about what you guys have to say. It seems like a game that is not ultimately going to be for me. I want to like it. Maybe I would. But I'm apprehensive. But yeah, I'll get to RoboCop, get through that, and then move on to Chronos. And I downloaded, because it's portal season now, baby. Because football's on, hockey's coming back. Training camp begins with that, so hockey will be back in October. So lots of sports, lots of reasons to be distracted. So I downloaded, or I pre-ordered Hot Shots Golf, or Everybody's Golf. So that'll be. I've decided that's going to be my portal game for now. We'll see how that goes. It's supposed to be okay. I think Push Square gave it a 6. But they said it's like more Hot Shots Golf, and I'm like, well, what the hell were you thinking? I mean, that seems like it's normal to me, but we'll see what happens. All right, let's get to listener inquiries and wrap this show up and get the hell out of here. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia to submit your inquiries into the threads on the newsfeed each week, not only for our show, Sacred Symbols, but for all the shows in our network done by other people. Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, Summon Sign, our gameplay podcast, and so on and so forth. Shit Bob Cockpants wrote in. He said, howdy, fellas. This question is more geared towards Colin since he has brought up the emulation in the past, but the others are, of course, free to answer as well. Are there any instances where emulating a somewhat newer game would be acceptable? The way I see it is if you have already purchased the game itself, whether digital or physical, preferably physical to have concrete proof of purchase, then emulating it should be acceptable no matter if you don't have the console or just want it to run better on another console. I thought about playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, but the thought of buying an entire Switch 2 for a single game that I only somewhat like the aesthetic of makes me furious. What say you? I'll watch Madagascar while driving my gas guzzler SUV into oncoming traffic and listen. It's interesting. I think the only way you could possibly maybe ethically, spiritually explain that away would be if you own the hardware and you own the game. And I'm pretty sure, at least it was claimed for many years, that was some sort of circumvention of it. In other words, if you had an NES cartridge of a game, playing the NES emulation was not supposed to be a big deal, or at least that's what people used to claim and say. I don't know if that's true or not. But the reality is you shouldn't be emulating Switch 2 games at all. And it's theft. If people want to listen, you can justify it however you want. And I'm not attacking you, shit, Bob Cockpants. I would never do that. But people seem really eager to justify their behavior to others. And in my opinion, that to me is a sign of guilt. What are you trying to justify to me? If there's nothing to justify, either do it or don't. You'll have to live with the consequences. The consequences are probably going to be nothing. It's unlikely you're going to get caught and get in trouble for it or whatever. So it's just a matter of, I guess, in some level, honor. It's part of the tradition of console gaming is buying the console for the games and understanding that if you don't have the console, the game is kind of off limits to you. You can justify that as being unfair that you don't want to buy the hardware, but nonetheless, that's true. So, we always make fun of like you wouldn't steal a car, right, or something like that.
You wouldn't download a car,
or download. Yeah, that's what it is. You wouldn't download a car or whatever. It's like there's some element of truth to that. It's fucking goofy to say, but we are too comfortable stealing art and entertainment. And by the way, I've stolen plenty of it in my life, right? Like but I was young and I justified it by being, I always even justified, at some point I didn't even know, like I didn't give a shit. I was, 13 or whatever. It's like, I don't care. So there's that. And then when I got older, it's like you justify it by being like, well, I'm broke and I wouldn't have bought this anyway, or, you know, and I wasn't really doing it with the games. I never downloaded and played new games at all. I don't think I've ever emulated anything past a Genesis or an SNES, to be perfectly honest. But music, you know, I used to download music like crazy, and I can try to justify it however I want, but it was theft. And because something kind of exists doesn't mean, and you can't afford it or don't have access to it or whatever, it doesn't give you the right to it. And it's weird that we treat these ethereal digital products differently than we do treat physical products, when it's wrong. It's wrong. So do what you want. I don't care. So I'm not
it's worth
come
pointing out that he
you.
said, though, he was, if you already purchased the game itself, whether digital or physical.
Right. Well, I said earlier in the thing, though, that like that is the old justification of it, of like that was supposed to be like the panacea of being like, if you own the game, then it should be okay for you to emulate Mario 3. And I'm pretty sure Hogue had said that that's like kind of not really true, but that was like what people definitely thought. And that's what I was saying. The best worst or the best case scenario is that like that. Yeah, I guess that's fine. But you bought one copy of it. So now you're going to get another copy of it to play. I'm just saying, like, this is easy to, it's easy enough to justify it however you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going to come after you for it, but I'm not that wrapped up in it. I just know that it's wrong, and I wouldn't steal. I've told the story that the only time in my life that I thought about stealing a service straight up, or stealing like, you know, a product like that, like a digital product, was when I moved to Santa Monica, and Sunday Ticket, so NFL Sunday Ticket, the ability to watch games, they wouldn't give it to me in my building. Because, and the whole idea at that time was DirecTV still owned it. And so they were like, you have a building that's eligible for a dish. To get DirecTV, you have to get our dish. And I thought to myself, you know, no, that's not happening. And I told, as the story goes, I told them straight up on the call, because it's just an exception thing. Like, they can do whatever they want. It's a fucking digital product that's sent to you over the internet. So I told them straight up on the call, I was like, listen, I want to pay you. I want the games like this. I'm going to pirate them if you don't let me do this. So like, you either let me subscribe to Sunday Ticket as a digital offering without the dish, or I'm just going to pirate them. And then they went away for a minute, and then they came back and they're like, okay, we're going to authorize your building or whatever, like your zip code or whatever the fuck it was. And I was like, okay, thanks. And that was the end of it. Because that was the only time where I'm like, no, this is bullshit. And if things were that inaccessible, where they literally, so in that case, they will not sell it to you. Like, they're like, nope. It's like, okay. But it is available to, I literally had it in San Francisco for 10 years. Why can't I have it here? That's a more of a justification, but it didn't even go that far for me, because I didn't even end up having to do that, because I got what I wanted. So yeah. I get it. We've all been there. I wasn't above it at one time in my life. I was a high schooler when Napster came out. I think you can imagine how that went. I had every fucking song I ever heard in my life. Right? Like, straight up. Anything you could possibly think of. So I'm not above that. I'm just saying, and I wasn't above it. I'm just saying, like, people got to think twice about the ramifications. Once you're an adult and you're we live in a society. And I think that there are the thing that bothers me is not so much piracy, but how proud people are of piracy. And I'm like, that's kind of goofy. A little weird. Yeah. Like, you're really proud. I'm not saying it in this case, but like, I can't help but think, like, when you see people like so proud and so, it's like, that's such broke energy that I can't even imagine exuding it. Like, I would keep that to myself personally. That level of like, just capital B broke energy of saying, like, I'm just pirating everything. Look at me playing this new Switch game that's not even out yet. Look at me playing this PC game that we got. What's that thing, Denuvo or whatever, off of, and we're right. It's like, cool. And you're kind of like rolling your eyes at them, like, really neat. Good stuff. I don't know. Anything you want to add, Dustin?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that we've all, I'm sure the three of us have all pirated things in our time. I'm trying to think. I know I pirated a show. I had Lockmort help me pirate a show that was not available to stream anywhere in the US. And they would not, like, there was no possible way. I was like, all right, well, fuck it. I'm just going to have Locke help me torrent this, because it'd been so long since I torrented anything. And so, yeah, there's going to be certain cases. And and I technically pirated Silent Hill 3. Sort of. I mean, it was an old PC version that's available on myabandonware.org or whatever, but I'm just not spending $130 on a PS2 copy of it. Like, I'm just not. I'm not going to do it. And everyone's going to have their own.
These are normal. These were exceptions that long past the threshold for me, where it's like, fine, okay, all right, fine.
Right.
You're trying to find a way to do it, right? And you can't. Then there is the argument that, like, well, too bad you don't have access to things. But there is a part of it that's like, it's not so much that as much as like no one loses.
Sure.
So have at it. That's the way I feel, and that's why I feel that way about old and abandoned hardware. It's like, I don't give a shit if you pirate a fucking PS1 game. Like whatever.
Yeah. The modern piracy, whether it's PC or Switch or whatever, I mean, first of all, it is definitely wrong and illegal and helps. I mean, I guess doesn't help. It makes it. It's important that people, even giant corporations like Nintendo, make money from games in order to make games. You may not agree with their practices, and certainly I do often with how they make their money. I guess that doesn't cancel out anything for me. So I think I'm a little bit more lenient than Colin is, that if you are buying these games, like if you bought Switch games and you modded your Switch to rip the game off the cartridge and then you wanted to run it on your Steam Deck, I don't really see any problem with that, other than I would never want to deal with the potential issues in Switch emulation, which some of them you can even make the games run better via emulation, which I think is cool. But just going and downloading Tears of the Kingdom 2 weeks before launch, being like, oh, well, I'm going to buy it, or not caring and not buying it all, that sucks. Absolutely.
Yeah, understand that, like, there's just no way that most pirates give a shit.
Right.
And I don't think that there's anything to be proud of with that. I think that that's just strange, and it's equivalent to stealing anything.
Yeah.
So, but no, Chris, you wouldn't download a car, would you?
A car, I would absolutely in a heartbeat. But I think it's like one of the most useful things.
I know, if only.
It's so crazy. I don't know, man. I think if you own the game already, I genuinely don't care. Like, you could steal. You could emulate that game. Like, I could give a fuck, really. Like, I mean, that makes sense to me. I think if anything, like, let's say, oh, you don't own 2 copies of this game, so like you shouldn't be able to access it. I kind of feel the way that I feel about that is the way that I feel about movies. Like, if I buy a DVD or whatever, that's gonna run on any fucking DVD player. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, I put my money where my mouth is. I bought this fucking thing. I want to run it on this thing. Let me do it. That to me is completely morally justified. I have no qualms about that at all. Like, there's plenty of PS3, 360 era games that I own that I can't really easily play, really, that I would have no qualms about emulating on PC, like things like the Saboteur or something, But the thing for me, really, at the end of the day, is that there's so many games available to me that are easier to access that I'm never really in the mood or in the mindset to really dedicate the time to figuring out how to do it. And I know it's not super difficult. I know it's like a fairly trivial process to run an emulation on PC. It's more complicated than just downloading something to my console and playing it, or just downloading something on PC and playing it and paying money for the convenience. So, like, that's generally what I do. But generally speaking, I find it hard to care if you own something and you just want to run it in a better way. I think that's fine. If you're trying to get access to old hardware or old games that are only available on old hardware, something like the like the Neversoft Spider-Man games, for example, it's only available on PS1. Rip that shit. It's fine. Like, the Neversoft isn't even around anymore to see the fruits of, even if you somehow bought it illegally, which, what is that even, just from some guy who has it? That's not going to the studio in any real meaningful way. So, like,
it would go to the publisher if you care about that, which would be Microsoft, I guess, at this point. But
well, they don't sell it.
Right. That's true. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like they don't even sell it. So, like, that to me is whatever. The only thing that I feel really stringent, the only thing that I feel really stringent on is certain softwares, like Adobe. They're robbing the shit out of you. So I rob them. rub them back. Like it's so egregious. Like what they do with Premiere and the way they justify like keeping the costs up and like constantly changing it. Like I think it's almost a damn near moral obligation to steal Premiere. But I say that as somebody who buys it. I haven't bothered to go around and figure out how to get access to a cracked version, but I have no issue with people doing that. It's such a insane how we used to have a system. We used to have a system where you could buy a software and you'd own it. And now you don't have that option. And to me, I think about it from my perspective where it's just like, man, I've put so much money into Premiere monthly for years that like I've paid for that original ownership like tenfold by now. So like fucking whatever. But video games is, I don't know. There are lines. You shouldn't pirate shit that you don't own that's new and before launch and shit like that. Like I think it's tacky and corny and lame, but you know, what are you gonna do? People are gonna do what they're gonna do to get access to the shit that they want.
You were leaning in, Dustin. I didn't know if you were gonna say something.
I was gonna ask about Adobe. Did you guys see it? I don't know if they're still doing it. That Adobe, if you try to cancel early, they will charge you a cancellation fee.
Yeah, it's a like a $250 cancellation fee.
They're
some
the
crazy
fucking
shit like
worst.
that. Like that's like straight up steal from Adobe. Just like that is so fucking egregious. Like to a level where like, look, if you want to have a cancellation fee for like, I don't know. I think a cancellation fee is ridiculous for a subscription, but like even if it was like something like $10 or it was like that's lame, but whatever. That price for their cancellation fee is so egregious that it morally justifies anything bad that you can do to them. It's so outrageous.
Yeah, I personally don't support stealing from them. What I support is taking your money elsewhere, which is something that I should have been doing for years and still don't do. So we are all part of the problem in our own ways.
Right.
Because it's daunting for me it took me so long to learn anything about Premiere. It's daunting for me to like go to this new thing. I just don't know if I can really do it, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not young anymore.
I own Final Cut on Mac. I have there's a really popular free software right now. I can't remember what it's called. There are multiple options.
DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah. I have that installed on my computer. In fact, there was a time, this might probably like 2 years ago, where I was experimenting and certain episodes of Sacred Symbols were rendered on Final Cut. But the inconvenience factor was so high on those that I was like, I can't switch. I'd love to make the switch. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter to me. I'm not paying for it, but I would like to switch to something where you don't have to pay every month. But Adobe got it locked down with Premiere, dude. Sucks.
Brian Borlaug wrote in, said, "Hey boys, I recently completed a playthrough of all 5 mainline Uncharted games in 3 weeks. This had me thinking about 2 major things. 1, how great was it when AAA games respected your time and could be completed in a weekend or 2? And 2, this was just a reminder of how much better Naughty Dog is than 99% of developers out there. The gameplay, the stories, or the interactivity of the characters with the world. Drake touches a wall if he passes close enough to it. Production per square inch almost doesn't do it justice. It really excites me for the possibilities with Intergalactic, but truly, how are they so much better than most others?" Chris, is Naughty Dog that much better than everyone else? I wonder what you think of this. Because I do think the Uncharted games are this unique thing where it's like, man, no one's ever been able to replicate this.
I think in some ways, sure. I think in animation detail and things like I think they definitely hold the crown in certain things, right? Uncharted 1, though, famously is a fairly like decent video game. I think like it's good with the retroactive understanding that it leads to 2 other great games and obviously 4. But like Uncharted 1 was fairly like, this is good. You know, this is an enjoyable video game. And it looked amazing on the PS3 at the time. That is something that like I very distinctly remember being like, this looks crazy. But I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of Naughty Dog's strength is in character writing and animation. Like I think like they excel at that, and that kind of elevates everything else that they do. It's why even though Uncharted 2 and 3 have or at least in the state that I played them in, which is the originals, although those games have, in my opinion, kind of dog shit shooting, like shooting in Uncharted 2 and 3, it kind of feels like not very good. It doesn't feel like it's that bad because everything that surrounds it is so good. The soundtrack is great. You're invested in the characters. You're invested in the story that's really well paced. The environments look great. The animation work is superb. Like the accoutrements of that kind of thing like really elevate the rest of everything. It's why. I mean, I mentioned it on a show recently, but like, dude, I could sit through the worst narrative in the world if the game just felt like a joy to move through. And Uncharted and Naughty Dog's kind of the reverse. Although, like, even they've gotten like significantly better. Their gameplay, I think, in Last of Us 2 is, for as many issues as I have with like the pacing of that game, like that game plays really, really immaculately. Like the combat's really good. Like the shooting actually feels great. There's impact behind everything. The animation work is great. The mocap is fantastic. The detail. So they're definitely, I mean, every accolade that they have, I think they've earned to some degree, even if not everything they make is necessarily my cup of tea. They're definitely fucking proficient. You know?
What do you think, Dustin?
I pretty much agree with everything Chris said, in that it really depends on what you're looking for. Like I always think of Last of Us Part 2 about that, when the part with Ellie and the rope, that like the animation of her tying up the rope is like absolutely perfect, and like that, yeah, that's amazing. I wouldn't say that Last of Us Part 2 is the best gameplay experience I've ever had in my life. It's very, very good.
It's one of the best ones I've ever had, I think, personally.
So I did think of he mentions like Nathan Drake touching walls. When Uncharted 3 came out, maybe it wasn't when it came out, but around that time is when I was living with some roommates, and my roommate Ian was playing, and he's like, dude, I fucking hate him touching these walls. Like, why is he doing that? He's like, oh, constantly. He's like, touching walls. He's like, it's to the point where it doesn't feel, they've tried to make it realistic with him touching walls, but it's become unrealistic because he does it too often. I don't remember if that's the case. It's been too long since I've played 3, but I always think of him being pissed off at him touching the walls.
Well, it reminds me too, just of kind of that touch of that flair of Amy Hennig, where when they showed that Star Wars game that got canceled that she was working on, and the guy walks out, like the smuggler guy walks out of his house, and he like leans against the wall and touches the wall or whatever as he's walking by, and I'm like, why is this a thing? Yeah, I'll always remember that. See, do you know what I'm talking about? They only show like a few seconds of the game, and it was a guy like emerging from his house in a Mos Eisley style kind of, you know, urban environment. But
yeah, they're always touching something. That is something that like, it is a shame though, because I do feel like Naughty Dog contributed in some way to, and it might not necessarily be their fault, but like they contributed something to the industry that I think is not particularly good, and it's this like the intense focus on being cinematic at the detriment of the experience of the game. And what I mean by that is like there's certain, I'm sure like God of War is the one that comes up. Although this isn't in Uncharted from what I can remember, that like squeeze, the AAA squeeze thing of just like, isn't this immersive? Like, look at him slowly moving through this crevice and like touching the wall. It's like that wall is really there. And it's like, I don't know if we need this. Necessarily. I understand it's hiding a loading screen or whatever, but it always bothers me the way characters duck under things in video games, because they needlessly interact with everything about it. It's like, it's always like I'm crouching under a log, but I've got to make sure to go like, right. And I'm just like, no, what, you don't got to do this shit.
Like, it's funny. I think that shit's really cool. I think the problem is that it's not really a problem. It's so hard to replicate because it's so difficult. It's not that people don't have the technical abilities to make a Naughty Dog style game. It's that it's really difficult and expensive to do. And
right. And it takes
maybe
time.
not worth the squeeze in some way.
No, probably not. For most people, I would imagine not. I would imagine.
Like, I think that's the bigger thing. I think that they showed the barriers of true immersion, though. It's surprising that, like, I think The Last of Us Part 2, especially having played it so many times recently, earlier this year, is like the realization of their ability to fuse the cinematic aspect of the game with real gameplay in a way that's never really been done in their games before. There's a lot of situational shit in that game that you'll never see unless you do it and you play it over and over again to even realize that there are differences. And I agree. I think Uncharted, it's been a while, but Uncharted shooting's a little wonky. I got used to it, and I thought it was perfectly, I thought it was good, if not great, actually. It's not Gears of War or something.
Right, but that's what, like, it's good. it's good, but in comparison to how good everything that surrounds it is, it feels like the drop off is significantly higher. Whereas opposed to Gears of War, which like looks beautiful and feels like that. Oh, they know what they're doing here. Clearly, this is like. There's also no platforming in that game. It's technically a very different game, but you know, I don't know. Naughty Dog's really good. I mean, The Last of Us and Uncharted. They're no prototype or anything, but like it's
right.
close.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I always fillet Naughty Dog, and I won't get too deep into it, but it's like they are clearly better than almost everyone else. But I, in my opinion, like it's obvious. But my opinion is that it's not necessarily the personnel has a huge part of it, and like the culture there has a huge part of it. But it's just you give not anyone, but you give many teams a lot of money and a lot of time, they'll figure out similar shit. It's just that a lot of studios don't get that much leeway. And it is true that during the Uncharted era, they were moving at a prodigious pace on those games. Like it's crazy how quickly those games came out. And even to get Uncharted 4 in 4.5 or 5 years, more like 4.5 years, especially after losing people that were working on it, including the director and the writer, and they still got it out and it was awesome. Another example, as we were saying earlier, of a game with 2 directors. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that there is something special about their games, and I find it funny like that there's a debate about it, really, where I'm like, I don't know what the debate really is about. I what I'm eager to see is what this new game is, and maybe we'll see it later this month. I don't know. It would be really cool. Like I want to know like what it really is, and let's get going on this. And I think that we'll see that game in its full capacity next year as well. That's my feel on it. That'd be so exciting, dude, to get a Naughty Dog game. It's been too long. All right. Well, I mean, we get The Last of Us and Last of Us Part 2 over and over again, but a new game. All right, let's see. Brian, thank you for writing in. The Juan one wrote in and said, hey, CDC, don't know if you saw the news, but recently the Call of Duty team has reversed the decision of having skins from Black Ops 6 carry over into Black Ops 7. Apparently the reason being to keep Call of Duty's identity. Quote, we know there's been a lot of controversy recently about the identity of Call of Duty. Some of you have said we've drifted from what made Call of Duty unique in the first place. Immersive, intense, visceral, and in many ways grounded. That feedback hits home and we take it seriously. We hear you, end quote. My question to the boys is, but why now? Call of Duty had a history of dumb skins. Was the Beavis and Butthead skins a breaking point to the community? Was the Battlefield 6 beta strife for realism? I say let players keep their stupid skins. They paid for it. Let them use it. Makes it easier to headshot them for my camo grind. Have a good day, gentlemen. I think, and I don't know how you guys feel about this. Chris, we can go to you first. I think it's clear that they're feeling some sort of heat from Battlefield. Yeah. I still don't think that they have too much to worry about in the short term. They might in the mid to long term, but they'll be fine with their game. But don't you feel this is a response to the heat that they're feeling from a quality Battlefield release?
Sure, but I don't like the excuse that they're making because it seems like it's coming from like this like altruistic place. Like they're just like, well, we really want to conserve the identity of Call of Duty. So all the money that you put into our ecosystem, we're actually not going to let you carry that forward. Like it's like it's kind of an anti-consumer sentiment disguised as like something that's really like laden with integrity, dude. Like. Beavis and Butthead is a ridiculous thing to see in Call of Duty. It's cel-shaded. It's very clearly a jump the shark moment, even when compared to some of the more outlandish skins in Call of Duty. But if your justification for this is like, oh, we've lost touch with Call of Duty's identity, like, brother, there's still. I'm pretty sure I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure in the trailer for Black Ops 7, not counting the skins that were originally supposed to be moved on from the previous game to this one. In the middle of the most recent trailer for Black Ops 7, there was an ad that showed like pre-order bonuses, and the skins are still ridiculous. Like there's like a robot with like an open heart or something. It's like, is that the image?
I had it queued up because I was bringing up the exact same thing.
Yeah, like, dude, what do you look at this image?
Yeah, I know.
What? Oh, we want to keep the spirit of Call of Duty intact. So every skin that you bought in the previous game, it's not going to carry forward because we just care about the integrity so much. But also, here's Ted, the Gestapo robot with a like what? I genuinely think it's just a complete bullshit. It's a way for them to get away with not doing it at launch so they can resell you certain things later again in the new game. And it's a way to disguise it as like, oh, we have so much integrity because we're focusing on the spirit of Call of Duty. Like, no. Getting rid of Beavis and Butthead is not rededicating yourself to the spirit of Call of Duty. It's just undoing a really stupid idea. You still have the most absurd skins I've ever fucking seen. So I don't know. That's my feelings on it, but I don't know how anybody else feels.
I completely agree with you, Chris. I think that it is. They clearly don't actually want to change course, as we were talking about with these Vault Edition skins. Maybe their line is that they won't do crossovers, or at least crossovers that egregious.
Right,
but
maybe.
If they really care, and I think it's our friend Jaffles that put this out. I think I heard him on his show saying this or somewhere, that if they really care, allow players the option to turn off skins. Allow people to choose to turn it off. They won't do it. They won't.
Yeah.
So they'll be happy to sell you Harper and Ted and Reaper EWR3 in the Vault Edition. And they'll be happy to sell you some kind of weed smoking bong gun skin or something later on.
Some of the gun animations that I've seen come out of the game are so over the top. And look, there's a place for shit like that. Like, I don't really mind it. Like, and I don't really care that much about Call of Duty one way or the other really anymore. But like, I don't like the way they're disguising this as like some kind of like altruistic thing. I think it's lame.
Yeah.
And I think it's just so fucking silly. I was gonna say something. I saw something. Oh, you mentioned like having a toggle for the skins, like like that would be a great thing because they have that in what is it, the Master Chief Collection, because they added a bunch of like cosmetics to that game that are a little bit out of place. Like you can have an original Xbox on your back and shit like that. And if you don't want to see that and you just want like a pure and like there's all sorts of things like that, like medieval armor or whatever. And if you want to turn that shit off and have like a really holistic original experience, you can. But most people choose not to do that because they're like, it's new shit, I might as well. So like, I really don't see what the harm in doing that is. At the very least, like appeasing some of the people who do want that like more grounded kind of experience, like allow them to shut the skins off and have the experience that they want. And then, you know, for the people who don't care, like it feels like a win-win to me because the percentage of people who are going to opt into that are probably a vocal minority. Let's be real. I don't think there's anything to lose in providing that to the audience.
Speaking of dumb skins, as a side note real quick, I'm really sad I missed out on the Hank Hill skin in Fortnite. Haven't played Fortnite in at least a year. They
don't sell them. The skins are like timed.
I think they rotate them in and out. So maybe if I'm on the watch at some point, it was on there for a few. I think I just missed it, really. But now I wasn't into King of the Hill then, and now I'm like, dude,
yeah,
I want to play as Hank.
He done got murdered over at Tilted Towers.
It's really good.
Fortnite makes more sense to me. Like do whatever the fuck you want in Fortnite. That's what that's for. I want to see Hank Hill and Jack the Ripper doing a fucking cover of the Gorillaz in the middle of a fucking fever dream battlefield. Like, fuck it, why not? But like, not every game has to be that.
Dylan Wedniski wrote in and said, "Hello, Colin and the CDC crew." Wrong. You put it in chat.
Oh, sorry.
He's keeping timestamps. With 27 days at the time of recording until the release of my favorite game, Final Fantasy Tactics, I had a question about trophies. Colin, in regards to platinum hunting, is it possible for an average gamer to get a world's first platinum trophy? Being my favorite game, I'd like to try and be the first to get the platinum to really show my dedication and love for this game, but I wonder if that's possible when there are individuals who would get the game early for review. When do trophy lists typically go up? I know the rest of the group isn't as into platinums as Colin is, but has anyone tried to want to be the first to get a platinum trophy? It is possible, but it's going to be incredibly unlikely because of what you said. Final Fantasy Tactics, I assume, will be in people's hands soonish. And there are going to be mega fans that get access to it at websites that are role-playing or even Final Fantasy Tactics dedicated, and they're going to platinum the game before you. So there's also no real way outside of the studios themselves to know who gets the platinums first or whatever. And it doesn't matter when the trophy lists go live. It matters when the trophy itself was earned on your system. And I remember this specifically because when Infamous, it was either Infamous 1 or 2, my old co-host Greg Miller was told by Sucker Punch that he was the first person to get the platinum trophy in that game because they could see it in their own network information. But then a long time later, someone synced their trophies and actually was before him. And so there's really no way for you to know. You could use things like PSN profiles and Exophase and stuff to track that stuff, but it's since it's opt-in, you're not, and it's probably opt-in with people that are going to be on the list because they care, but it's not worth even trying. There was one game where I was the first person to get most of the trophies in if not all of them in Mega Man 10, which was really cool in the world, including the one to beat it without dying and all the rest, which is really cool. When Mega Man X Collection came out, I was this close to being the first person to platinum it. I was beaten like did it the morning after the person did it the night before, which is a bummer. But so is it possible? Yes, but it's not something I would go after. Do trophies for you.
Yeah,
that's where I've gotten into that. In the years is like I'm not. It's obviously a way for people to see what you've done, and it's a cool badge of honor. But I like doing it because I just think it's fun. And so you got to find your way to do that too. I'm very curious to see the Final Fantasy Tactics trophy list. Very, very curious. The Tactics Ogre list, which is kind of maybe going to be most similar to it, was very difficult. Not because the game's hard, but because there are so many choices to make. Final Fantasy Tactics has fewer choices to make. But I bet you it's a multi-playthrough trophy list. We'll see soon enough, Dylan.
I was looking at my PSN profiles. I was remembering Ni no Kuni 2. The gold trophy for finishing chapter 9, I am the 7th achiever.
Wow.
That's probably the highest I'll get on it. And it's because
you had it early?
I was reviewing it. Mm-hmm. So I was playing it early. So for a normal person to be able to do that, I guess to get the platinum, like you said, maybe, but probably pretty unlikely. It would be cool. Can you check? I know if you click the trophy, you can see like first achievers, mm-hmm. but it'd be cool to know like on my profile, what is the earliest or like highest I am across all of my games.
Let me see here. I'm trying to find this because this will make this. I mean, I don't think it'll make you laugh, but yeah, if you go look, this is a funny one. So The Godfather 2, I've told the story about how we got this game comically early because we got like a final build of it and then they delayed it. So look, you can see like this is just one of the trophies you get for making your character. You can see me. I'm the first person to get this trophy by 3 months. Which is so stupid.
That is funny.
This is one of those games, Godfather 2, where I got to go get the platinum because I'm only missing like one trophy, I think.
That's so crazy.
All right. This is one of your people from Snark Tank, I think, Chris. The Ouya stuck between Sween's tooth gap wrote in. says hello, Chiefs. How much pressure do you think Sony is under, both from competitors and investor expectations, to integrate AI into its development pipeline or platform tools? By the way, they make you just read these names at the end of the show. That's what you do. That's why everyone's names are like this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
For instance, AI could theoretically reduce asset creation costs, streamline QA testing, or even help with player personalization on PlayStation platforms. But at the same time, there are risks. Over-reliance could stifle creativity, inflate budgets chasing unproven tech, or even create ethical backlash among players and developers. Do you see AI as a genuine opportunity for PlayStation to strengthen its ecosystem, or more of a distracting arms race that could undermine the human-driven artistry Sony is best known for? Thank you. Dustin, what do you think about this?
I'm sure there is pressure. All technology companies are being pressured to incorporate AI. And truthfully, development has been using different forms of AI long before the large language model boom, along with the image generation boom, just using AI toolsets in different ways. I would hope that they would continue to incorporate and use AI to speed up production in ways that aren't like image generation or asset generation, where that's where I think you get into a weird spot where you're using some kind of model that is learned from other people's work. That's when you get into a weird spot. The thing too, just about AI, is that we're still at a point overall that you can tell. Eventually, we're not going to be there. Right now, though, I think it would be way too early to do anything like that, and there would be so much backlash as well. So, like I said, I hope they continue to use AI tools that make sense that aren't generative AI.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I echo that sentiment, really. Like, I would imagine that they are under pressure because it's just the entire tech space is. And I mean, it's a key reason why. I mean, it's a key element of the silicon kind of race as well. Like, I just feel like it's very clearly being pushed in some way. My one hope is that they just use it in a way that's smart and not artistically bankrupt.
I've been reading a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I'm obviously a layman with tech, but there seems to be this things in AI and the AI space seem to be coming to a head, or at least the most recent head, which is that people are starting to not flake out, but just realize that they're not going to be able to compete in these spaces, and it's going to start shedding people. And I think there's going to become more dominant forces in these various silos of AI. I think there's obviously plenty for Sony to learn, but there's probably plenty for Sony to leverage in terms of their own data sets as well, and like what they can train and what they can learn. The reality is that AI can be used in a million different ways, and in some ways it already is used. So there are, and it has been used even long before we called it AI in a lot of ways, like random foliage generation and shit.
Yeah, procedural generation.
Right.
And what was that thing called? Speed tree.
Speed tree. Yeah.
Speed tree.
So that's cool, and I think that's fine because I don't know that there's like a lot of I don't give a shit really if The Witcher 3 is hand built by an artist that make every unique tree. I don't know if that's a lot, right? But we want to make sure that there's some sort of real line between what this technology can do and undertake and what it can't. And it's going to be useful. And the companies that unfortunately, maybe, but the companies that leverage it the best are going to be the most nimble. And even if they make mistakes, they'll be able to recover from them more quickly. So companies that don't embrace it at all will either become boutique and novelty items, which is cool. And I think there's going to be a place for that. And there's probably a lot of money to be made in that space if you're like, we don't use any AI at all. But I think in reality, and certainly in the AAA space, there's going to be, a host of ways to use it that we probably haven't even come up with yet. But I also know that there's been a lot of losers, and there will continue to be a lot of losers in the AI space. And maybe we are getting a little ahead of ourselves about what it can do and what we need it to do as well. So I think that's all kind of coming out in the wash now. The final inquiry comes from Alex, and he says, "Hello, DCC, longtime listener, first-time writer. Colin, at the end of most episodes, I've noticed that you usually give a quick one-sentence evaluation of the show, most often some version of, that was a good episode. Seems a bit presumptuous and self-congratulatory given that you're the main host of the show. Why not let Dustin and Chris give you your grade instead? Afraid of what you might hear? All jokes aside, thanks for all that you do. I'll fly a light aircraft straight into a flock of southbound geese and listen." Okay. That's a pretty violent way to go. Scary.
It's pretty great. I like southbound as like a little flavor.
Right. Good writing.
It's like needlessly descriptive.
Right. Good writing. Chris, how was this episode?
I think we started off a little slow, and then we hit a good groove.
Oh, okay,
towards
good.
the middle and later point.
Good.
I think I also feel that way just generally because I woke up tired today because I fell asleep at like 5 a.m. and I woke up at like 9 for the show. So like I'm kind of like all fucked up.
Yeah, you're shot.
But I'm all shot up.
Well, you can go back to Neep soon. Dustin, how would you grade the show today?
Yeah, rough start. With you claiming 120 hertz wouldn't be a difference for a 2D game. Just absolute. I mean, we're going to miss the mark at some points in the episode, but for you to miss that early on and lose credibility, a little rough. We had to iron out some stuff with your a man of my word,
Yeah.
I honestly, after you didn't do the Kingdom Hearts hours, I didn't know if my paycheck was coming in this month. Thankfully it did. Thankfully it did. I mean, what am I supposed to believe anymore?
Yeah.
This as Gene would say, this calls into question everything Colin Moriarty has ever done.
Oh my God. That's rough. That's a rough reality for me to live in right now. All right. Well, I'm glad we have a passing grade from you guys. I thought that was a funny inquiry. I appreciate you writing in. Who was that again? I have to scroll down. Alex. Thank you. I thought that was a good
Alex, the Tolkien of write-ins with that descriptor.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah. Very good. All right, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Are you going to go back to sleep, or are you going to try to ride it out for the day? What are you up to?
I'm going to write it out, I think. Like, whatever. It makes sense to just get to bed at like a reasonable hour tonight, and I'm not going to be able to do that unless I'm like adequately tired. I think after this, it's probably looking like some food. Then I think I want to polish up the rest of Metal Gear. I really only have the rest of the Ape Escape stages, and I love me some Ape Escape. I'll always love me some Ape Escape. Gonna polish that off. Maybe start Hell Is Us tonight. Maybe.
Very well.
Depends on how the day moves. But.
Cool. Well, it was good to be here with you. Thank you for taking the time. We'll see you next time.
Of course. Yeah. Dustin,
goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for you in your neck of the woods?
Definitely Silksong right after this. Gonna chill out. I do have to confirm about that 120 hertz. That's not a joke. I'm gonna figure that out. And yeah, for the weekend, probably gonna keep it pretty chill. And dude, Hell Is Us. Chris, you said you're gonna play that. I have to wait for my copy to come in the mail. But yeah, a great episode.
Oh,
cheers.
Are you drinking Pocari Sweat, by the way?
I am, yeah.
Where did you get that?
You can order it on Amazon now.
Oh.
And Holly is a huge Pocari Sweat fan, so I just set it up once a month. We get a little package of it.
Jesus, that's funny. That's awesome. That's a Japanese drink for people that don't know.
It's fantastic. It's really good.
People would talk before I ever went there. People talked about it. And I'm like, what is it? Like, and it really is called that. I was like, okay.
Yeah, the naming is a little bit off-putting to the West. A name with sweat in it.
Yeah, not great.
Not
great.
But it's good.
All right, cool, man. For me, well, football tonight. The kickoff. It's the Cowboys at the Eagles. It probably won't be a very good game. The Eagles are way better than the Cowboys, but it'll be good to have football back. And so I'll be worrying about that. And it's supposed to rain tonight, apparently. Let's see. Yeah.
Did you say I'll be worrying about that?
I don't know. Watching
with football?
Oh, did I say that? I
that was a Freudian. It's like even the thing you enjoy the most, you're like, I'm going to be worrying about that. I think that's what you said.
Yeah, you're probably right. I am always worried. I had a dream last night, actually, that I lost my engagement ring, or my wedding ring, rather. And I was like, it was like freaking me out. I don't know what that was all about.
I'm glad you said that. I've been doing this whole show without mine on because I got right out of the shower. I told you I was running late. I always take it off when I shower.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like it leaves my hand feeling weird.
Yeah.
So I didn't want anyone to think something's going on with my marriage.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have Holly deliver coffee to let everybody know about my sexual status.
Right.
So everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Well, there's a lot of questions in the air now, I guess. All right. Well, we'll be back for Sacred Streaming next week. Of course, Sacred Symbols Plus, a great episode that I've teased but not really told you much about. Will go live tomorrow for when this goes live on Patreon. So please look forward to it. Check it out. I think you guys are going to love it. Boys, thank you again for your time and consideration. Thank you all out there for your love and support. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access. LastStandMedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.